You've seen the Speed Chess Championship. Now it's time for the rest of us to get a turn. With no Grandmasters allowed, it's the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Watch your favorite chess personalities duke it out in Chess.com's exciting speed chess format. There will be brilliancies.
Levy stacking another pawn, bishop c3 and rook a1! No! Rook a1!
There will be blunders.
No! No!
He fell for it!
See old rivalries.
This is how on.
New foes. With a $15,000 prize pool, who will take home the crown this year?
He's up 8-0, and he resigns.
Polina Shuvalova, she moves on to the final.
The IMSCC starts right now.
Welcome for the final time to the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Casa Corley, and we have the call for what should be a great final between GothamChess, Levy Rosman, and Polina Shuvalova. Casa, what are you expecting today? How pumped are you?
I'm so excited, folks. Get your seats buckled. It's going to be a really exciting match with two folks who really had incredible journeys to get to this point, to the final. So really excited to see these two compete today.
There was hardly anything easy about it. As you said, they took very tough journeys here to the final. We started in the group stage. There were 4 groups of 4 players. Only one advanced through, and we see in the top right, Levy Rosman, his name was on top of Group B, and Polina Shuvalova on top of Group C. She made it through thanks to a tiebreaker against Danny Wrench, whereas Levy, he kind of sailed through that group with only one close match. But Casa, the semis, they were a different story.
Yeah, totally different story. We had both matches actually go to the tiebreak, and Polina in particular was extremely clutch because she actually needed a win in her last bullet game just to get to the tiebreak, and she did that, and then she, put in more work, clocked in overtime in the final games of the tiebreak against Trent. So really, really well-deserved. Levy on the flip side also had a bit of drama, and he was able to right the ship in the tiebreak as well. So these folks are used to drama, and I think we might get more of that today.
You call it drama, Levy calls it content. He, of course, is the YouTube king of chess. And Casa, when it comes down to the storyline here, Levy, he's more focused on content. Polina, she's more active over the board. Who do you think is favored going in?
Yeah, it really is the ultimate question, and I'm going to kind of dance around a little bit, but I'll say this. Polina's been in incredible form, essentially, over the board. Has an incredible run this year. And I think she just has, she's probably a better chess player at this point in general. But Levy has been experienced online for quite some time, and he's been quite effective. And so I think it's going to be a tug of war between, who's kind of more in their element, more in their bag.
Yeah, you say experience online. I think that is synonymous with the name GothamChess. Of course, he is the biggest chess content creator on YouTube. And as we look into the tape here, he is in his 4th IMSCC. It's his 2nd finals appearance. And overall, throughout those 4 IMSCCs, Casa plus 55. Woo! He is really steamrolling some of his opposition.
Yeah, no question about it. And we should also mention, and you can see it on the screen here, that he beat Firouzja in last week's Title Tuesday. So, and, revving up for this match, and revving up for the IMSCC, he's actually been playing pretty well and is in really good form, and we saw it in the previous matches as well. So, I think he's going to be at home and ready to really put up a good fight in this one.
He'll need to carry that form into today's match because back in 2021, just 2 years ago, Levy found himself in the final. But unfortunately, he faced defeat against Roberto Molina, 12.5, 7.5. Casa, history does not want to repeat itself if you're a Levy Rosman fan.
Yeah, one of the really peculiar things about that graphic there was that actually Levy lost the bullet portion, and in this year's edition of the IMSCC, he's actually been incredible in the bullet segment. So I actually suspect that if that was a weakness before, it's no longer a weakness or liability. It's an asset this time around.
Well, Roberto was over 2,800 in bullet. Levy back then over 2,700. So it's not going to be easy for him. He knows that. But it also means quite a lot. In fact, he said as much after beating Greg Shahade just the other day.
I don't think I've played Polina at all. So I'm excited to see like where the openings go, where the preparation goes, and hopefully my second time in the final in this event, which has only happened 4 times, can go differently, because then I will qualify. It's like getting your yellow belt in Taekwondo. You know, you don't need to do the white belt stuff anymore. That'll be a big moment for me. I might, hang it on the wall behind me.
He has a black belt opponent in front of him in Polina Shuvalova. So, Casa, all that talk about promoting, getting to the next belt, he is in the finals and he's facing the highest rated classical chess player in the field.
Yeah, and someone who, again, has been a really, really good player, and is particularly improving this year. She's, the highest rated player in the field, very close to 2,500 essentially. And also has, came in 5th place in the FIDE World Cup this year. So just kind of cruising in various disciplines. And I think Levy's going to have, an advantage in probably the quicker time controls. But Shuvalova is going to probably be a slight favorite in those longer controls.
We've seen her success in the longest of time controls this year. She played in the World Cup. She was eliminated in the quarterfinals by Nurgul Selimova, who went on to finish in a very surprising and impressive 2nd place. So for Polina, she's shown that she can hang with some of the best players on the planet. She lost in tiebreaks to Selimova, and here we see her on the screen in front of us. She's always playing in the darkness, Casa, but she's always ready.
Yeah, and she also has her game face on all the time. I think I've seen maybe 1 or 2 like small smiles when she knows she's done a great thing, but she usually has this really focused posture throughout. And you love to see that. These competitors really want it, and I think again, sometimes you think, it's does this really matter at the end of the day? And yeah, the bragging rights matter, the prize money that's on the line matters, and these folks want to win.
Yeah, they really do care. And for Polina, she's more active over the board. That's a storyline that we will keep repeating. But sometimes that actually can hurt you in newer formats, because this is not a format that she is accustomed to. Different time controls, 3 of them, in fact. And when Polina beat Lawrence Trent in the post-match interview, she was talking about some of her struggles where she's not quite familiar with the 5+1, the starting point of this match. So Casa, it's funny how being very active can actually maybe hurt you in some ways.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of counterintuitive for folks to truly appreciate this, but a lot of times 3+1 has been this kind of the standard fare that a lot of folks play in online, particularly with Title Tuesday. And so every other time control, there's usually a little less familiarity, and you tend to see folks playing too slow in 5+1 and counterintuitively too fast in 1+1. And I think making that adjustment and kind of getting used to the increment there and managing your time really well is going to be a key for both players.
Polina, she was very honest about this, and we witnessed it firsthand that she was slower in those long time controls against Lawrence Trent. And we see the players on screen. These will be our 2 contestants throughout the match tonight. And Levy, Polina, they deserve to be here, but they are going to have a long match indeed, because these matches, they span several hours, and they also span 3 different time controls. We start with 75 minutes of 5-minute base time with 1 second added per move. We then get into 50 minutes of 3-minute plus 1 second increment. Last, and certainly not least, is 25 minutes of bullet chess. Casa, 1 minute to start, not a lot of time, but that 1 second increment is always super important.
Oh, it's critical. And I want to make a note here that the 5+1 is the only segment where there will actually be a break during the segment. So the 3+1 and the 1+1, there's going to be no breaks throughout. And so there's no kind of taking a little break when you're, basically tilted. People are going to have to adjust to the terms and conditions during the match. And that's going to be really interesting to see who adjusts, who switches openings, who makes faces when things aren't going well, because, things can change very quickly.
You use the words terms and conditions. Part of the terms and conditions of watching this show is getting involved in chat. So chat, what do you think? Will it be Levy, better known as Gotham Chess, or will it be Polina taking the title in this match? Let us know your thoughts. We may even feature some of your chats, but right now the players, they are getting set. We see Levy on screen, Casa. He looks both bored, but also ready for a long battle.
Yeah, and I think both players here are going to be kind of locked in and essentially thinking about right now, what am I going to play? And on that note, I should mention both of these players are experienced Caro-Kann players, and so I'm actually wondering on some level if this might become a Caro-Kann invitational at some point, because we've seen in previous matches Polina going for the exchange with white sometimes, Levy playing it with black, so I'm really curious to see how many Caro-Kanns will get in this match, and I'd set the over-under at 10.
Okay, you're getting into the X's and O's, the opening battles. We heard Levy talk about preparation, and he said specifically that the openings will be interesting in this matchup. And here we go. We are getting underway, and we see Levy and Polina on screen. Will we get a Caro-Kann in our very first game? That's a question that will be answered shortly, but I see them grabbing their mouse. That means we have liftoff.
And here we go. We have something totally different. A Queen's Gambit declined thus far. And now maybe even turning into some Terrace-like vibes, the C5 move, Robert.
Yes, we could get an isolated queen pawn. That's often why white plays the structure, is that once we have an exchange of pawns, d5 could be a target. But look at Polina. Levy started with c4. Maybe she was expecting that completely because she has not spent any time at all.
Yeah, and one of the things about this structure that's important to note is white is essentially playing against an isolated pawn on d5. Black, to compensate for that, has a little bit more space in the center, and basically he's going to want to keep pieces on the board. So Polina being black, she is going to want to keep pieces on the board and get some initiative against white's king, but e4 is an interesting, early, tricky break.
And I'm trying to figure it out because there is a bishop in line with this queen on d1, but the only thing you can capture would be this knight on c6, and when this bishop slides out the way, the queen defends this bishop. So Polina says, you're going to sacrifice a pawn against me? I will gladly take it, because as we noted, knight takes, bishop takes, the queen protects that bishop. Costa, do you believe in this pawn sacrifice?
I think Levy is a player that likes to play with the initiative, and I think there is some compensation connected to playing queen a4 or queen c2 after capturing on c6. The pawns on the queen side are split, and pawns that are are split, kind of isolated, can become targets. And I think that's the sort of the nebulous compensation that Levy is basically aiming for.
Well, actually, your queen a4 move wins back the pawn immediately, so it's not going to be a material deficit, but considering how much time Levy is spending, I don't think this was truly a sacrifice that he was intending completely, because he is burning clock, and maybe there will be queen c7 at some point hitting this h2 pawn, but bishop g5 says, not so fast. If you move your queen off the diagonal, I'm going to shatter your pawn structure over here on the king side. Yeah,
this is already a really tricky position basically for Polina to navigate, because essentially, if you do play that queen c7, you're going to double the f-pawns. And I think bishop e7 is a bit of a concession. You're essentially, making sure your pawn structure is intact. You're also punting on the e4 pawn. And I still think it's maybe about equal. I think the best that white can hope for is basically having the 2-on-2 on the queen side, but having the slightly better structure. And I think that's what Levy is going to aim for in a few moves. Maybe a move like queen c2 now makes sense. Or playing queen takes d8. Essentially, the point is you're going to take on f6 and you're going to take on e4, but you don't want the b2 pawn to be hanging at the end of that, because the bishop will come to f6 and look at the b2 pawn.
It's a good point by you there, because some players would say, I can immediately win that central pawn. That's a good thing to do. Not so fast. The b2 pawn will be hanging at the end of the line. So Levy, he's doing the right thing by taking his time. Polina was the one who we quoted as saying, I struggle in the 5+1 in managing my clock. She's done very well thus far, so I don't see a real issue for black just yet. I like how you point out split pawns on the queen side. That's a long-term plus for white. But Levy needs to make sure he gets that pawn back. Otherwise, he will definitely not be the one trying to get an advantage.
Yeah, and pawns, just for folks that are out there, you really look for pawn islands and to determine who has the better structure or not. Right now, black it kind of has three. Basically, the point is the e4 pawn could be connected to the f pawn at some point, so that might be one island. Then c6 and a7 are their own islands. So it's kind of like a 3-2 dynamic here. But of course, black is temporarily up a pawn, so that's kind of what it counts for in a way. So, but yeah, I think knight takes e4 or queen c2 again is kind of the way to go. I think queen c2 is a little bit more natural though.
He decides to take on e4. I guess bishop takes b2 will be met by knight d6 check, and the black king will not find shelter. Casa, taking a step back from the X's and O's for a second. Levy, he's playing this perfectly well. We see the eval bar says that white maybe has a tiny little plus, but how about his time consumption? What does that tell you thus far, or is it just game one and he's getting warmed up?
I think Levy is freestyling a little bit. This is not something he prepared at all. But the one thing I will say, and the thing I really do admire about Levy, especially from his previous matches, is he definitely sticks to his style. And his style is to play dynamic, uncompromising chess. And so he's inviting Polina to grab pawns, to keep the king in the center. And she wisely declines this offer. But I think that's kind of what he's going for. Moves that are tricky, that keep chances for an attack and so on. I think Polina should be slightly favored in the technical phases, but I think if Levy plays dynamically, I think that's where his chances really lie.
And he does have the superior endgame after the queen trade. Now look at Polina. She doesn't immediately recapture, because if she takes with her rook, then knight takes f6, g takes f6. You have bad pawns all across the board. That's not the end of the world in a rook endgame. She can also take back with the bishop. That way her kingside pawn structure is not compromised. Because that actually disconnects the rooks that can give white time to play rook c1, rook d1. I would certainly take Levy's position in the endgame.
Yeah, no question about it. And, Levy is actually going for a technical position and kind of putting Polina to the test to see how well she can handle such a position. I'd say here that these rook endgames are so notoriously drawn. Sometimes even if they're a pawn down, so I'd be quite keen to connect my rooks and maintain the connection of my rooks and recapture with the f rook. I recognize that I'd spoil my structure, but I'm less concerned about that. But Polina thinks otherwise.
It was just a stylistic choice at this stage where both positions will have a slight advantage for white. She isn't just focused on keeping the pawns equal by material. She wants to have a healthier pawn structure and some activity of her own. So she lashes out with f5. This bishop could park on b6 at the right moment. And if you're not careful, this f2 pawn could be a long-term weakness that Levy has to deal with. So right now, his position is good. And the big question is, does he leap forward with his knight or step backwards? Knight to c5, for example, looks good, but it shuts off the rook's pressure on c6. Knight d6, you may be a bit too loose over there. A rook f6 idea comes to mind. So Levy, now I'm starting to get worried about his clock.
Yeah, he is ticking down, but I do think there's a degree of safety with it in this position. So if he really senses serious danger, he'll be able to probably trade the minors or trade a pair of rooks. Rook c2 is a really savvy move, essentially covering the second rank, stopping infiltration with rook e2. And I'm starting to like white. If white gets a few more consolidating moves, you see something like rook d1, b3, g3, by the way, to give your king an escape square. You always give your king an escape square on the square opposite of your opponent's bishop. So given that there's a dark square bishop, you want to give your king the escape square on g2, and that's why g3 would be ideal. You see a lot of people automatically playing h3, and it's really important to check what color your opponent's bishop is.
Such an instructive point by you, and look at how Polina's playing. This is instructive. She says, you want my c6 pawn? Have it. I am going to activate my rooks on these open files, so go for that pawn. Levy says, not so fast. I'm going to play b3 first, just safeguarding a pawn that was threatened by a bishop. And now the question for Polina is, can she make use of her lead on the clock? Because Casa, I look at 43 seconds for white. That does make me a little bit nervous, even though I understand white's position is super stable right now.
Yeah, the only thing about it that isn't stable is, again, white still has these back rank problems. And again, b3 is a useful move. But for me, the order of operations is always to deal with the king first. And Levy decides to do it with another way with king f1, which also is a multi-purpose idea of covering the e2 square in the case that the white rook has to do some job elsewhere. So I like how Levy's handling this. We don't love the time management, but I think he will start to speed up here.
And wow, bishop d4 given a question mark, knight d3, the right reply from Levy. I would be scared about my knight being a bit loose here. There's a rook staring at it. Bishop e3 comes to mind, because if you take my bishop, I take your knight, and then we both will lose pawns. c6 and e3 will leave the board. So this is a big moment for Polina, but the advantage is in Levy's favor.
I must say, the way that Levy's handling this stuff thus far, I don't know if it's a Magnus game or what, because the positional maneuvering, the slight structural advantage, the tickling of the queenside weakness here, especially that c6 pawn, really, really savvy thus far. And there's a tactical justification. If the bishop does go to e3 as you described, this knight will go to b4 and hit the rook on d5, and I think it's going to happen anyway.
And so she realized that those trades would favor white, and that's something we should note, that trades do favor the side with the healthier pawn structure. Now, this is just going to be a free pawn. So what is Polina's plan at this stage? She is down a pawn on the queen side. She's throwing her pawns forward on the king side. I think she's trying to use time as a savior, but Casa, this does look just very nice for white with great winning chances.
Yeah, excellent winning chances. And, a4 was given an X just because it allowed a5. You could have started with b4 and then gone a4 and stopped this a5 advance. So that was the point, is it's going to be hard for white to push through the majority. But these moves are coming really, really hot and heavy here. And basically, Polina's trying to expand on the king side and keep white a little distracted. Note, the g3 finally was played. g3, king g2.
So the king is safe and sound, but maybe black will throw pawns forward. Rook e4 is a great move to play in your opponent's time field. Watch out for f4 and h4. It doesn't threaten checkmate, but it makes white's life a little bit more difficult. And if this rook can slide into d3, suddenly we'll have pressure. And rook d2, by the way, the f2 pawn, that long-term weakness.
That's very dangerous. That pressure on f2 is there. And the problem is, if you go back with rook c2, black will actually double on the second rank. So forfeiting the second rank was a bit of a controversial decision. And I think now there's a tactical opportunity.
Yes, because the knight is loose. You can't take the second rank rook. Down goes f2, and you see it's over.
Oh, no,
g5,
not to
g4,
h3, g5, g4. Now the king is in a box.
Done. The king is absolutely checkmated. The only escape square will be g5 for this king, so the black king may even step up.
It's mate. It's mate.
G4. Oh, bishop
d8. Oh, and rook takes h2 mate. Wow.
What a turnaround in game one as Polina Shuvalova takes it. Casa, time trouble was Levy Rosman's worst nightmare.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster, and I think we also must give Polina some credit there, because she did defend a position objectively where she had some problems pretty actively, so that was impressive. And here we go, the over-under on Caro-Cans. We got our first one. This is Caro-Can number 1 in exchange variation. I think Levy actually handled these positions pretty well, and we'll see how he handles it now. h3, bishop d7 is a very, very unique and interesting way to handle this, Robert.
Yeah, when you study the Caro-Can, and Levy has created courses on it, there are many different ways where you even lose a tempo by bringing your bishop back like this, but the base of the position is solid. I tend to like these positions from the white side, because I often say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. This e5 pawn break is really difficult to orchestrate, so white has... She put her pieces in the center, all on very natural squares, and there is no e5 for you. Oop, bad arrow, first one of the day, because all of white's pieces are aimed at this square, and I would say that now, for white, how do you deal with this queenside? Casa, I don't actually have an easy answer to that, because I don't know where those pieces belong.
Yeah, this queen was never going to remain on b3, and queen c2 makes sense. It very much resembles a Carlsbad structure, and for folks that, are curious about what that is, you can get it from a few different openings. You can get it from a Caro-Can exchange like we're seeing it now. You can get it from a London system. And essentially, one side is a queenside pawn majority, and one side is a kingside pawn majority. In this case, white has the queenside pawn majority. And essentially, it's kind of counterintuitive. Both sides tend to advance on the side. They essentially push their pawns on the side where they have the minority, where they have less pawns to kind of shake the tree or the base of the structure. So for black, as Robert is basically pointing out right now, would love to attack the base on b2 and c3. White, in many positions, would love to attack the base of black's chain on the king side, sometimes playing h4, h5, h6, or sometimes getting at f7. And so that's typically where the contours of the game tend to go.
And one way to take note of this for yourselves at home, is that players tend to attack in the direction of their pawn chains. Black's pawn chain is going towards the queen side. White's pawn chain is going towards the center. So we look at these pawn chains. That's the side that you typically play on. And it is counterintuitive, as you said, Casa, because black is actually up a pawn on the king side. And now, speaking of that extra pawn in the center of the board, it's starting to look very promising for black. But I will have one caveat. The long term will be dangerous for black because when you make committal pawn pushes, you leave squares behind.
Oh my gosh. So this is exactly the way that you should conduct this initiative. The way Levy's handling it, he's playing to his style. He's playing aggressively. F5, entrenching that E4 knight. It's basically like an octopus knight. It has so many different avenues that it's looking at, and it's really a dangerous piece. That being said, long-term, the E5 square and even the F4 square, those dark squares are weak. I affectionately call those types of color complexes Swiss cheese, because at some point, those holes might be occupied to great effect for white. So in the short term, dangerous initiative for black. In the long term, white might have a little something to work with.
But when you say Swiss cheese, that might be some people's favorite type of cheese. So they might go for this now, thinking that it's going to be delicious. But I think what you're getting at is that there's holes in the enemy camp. And E5 and F4 will be available. Bishop A4 tickled that rook. Don't play B3 and make your pawn loose. So, Casa, the engine says it's about level. Both sides have chances here. Would you prefer to have white or black right now?
Honestly, I'd prefer to have white right now because the burden is on black to kind of justify this F5 move. And the longer the game goes without an attack crashing through, the more problematic that move will seem. But it's a matter of style, and Levy's style, generally speaking, is to play a bit more aggressively. So it's entirely justified.
And one big issue for black is you can't push pawns backwards. White is just about ready to boot that knight out of E4. And once that knight gets out the way, watch out down the E line. The E6 pawn is an eyesore. It's a backwards pawn. So here's a critical moment for Levy as he is going to think, do I take this knight on E5 that gives up the pair of bishops, or do I say my knight on the rim is dim, let's bring it back towards the center?
Yeah, at the end of that line, if you play bishop takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, the a7 pawn is hanging, and also that queen might be, with the knight nestled on e4, might be in a bit of a pin, so there might be some f3 possibilities later. So I actually don't think taking the pawn e5 is actually feasible right now.
Don't go for it. Unless you're sacrificing a piece. That would be very interesting. Levy instead plays a6. So the good news is his pawn is no longer hanging. The bad news is he gives up more dark squares to the player who has the only dark square bishop on the board. This knight is kicked back. I would not be going to g5. I think that invites me to kick your knight back once more and just get a clamp on the king side. I'd be going to c5, putting pressure on the light square bishop.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here. And the one thing I will say about Levy's play in this game, just a little bit different, is he started out really aggressive, and I love that. And then he started to make these moves on the queen side, like knight a5, bishop a4. And I think it distracted from the king side attack and what basically the purpose of f5 was doing. And so, to me, it's really important to play on the side that you're better. And I would have contended like 5-6 moves ago, black was definitely better on the king side, and that was where he should have directed his attention.
And now the king side is closed. That's actually good news for black because the bishop on b1 might deliver a checkmating attack if not for this pawn on f5. This pawn were back on f7, you'd have problems. Bishop d4, given that exclamation point, I think it was a pretty natural move for Polina. Her bishop was threatened by a knight. Let me go to a square that defends my pawn, which is under attack twice. And Casa, what I'm seeing in the future, g4 is coming to a theater near you, and I'm just blasting open the king side. That bishop that I said is not happy with the pawn f5. Let's get that pawn out the way and go for checkmate.
Ooh, g4 is a move. g4 is definitely a move. I would definitely want to get some more pieces to the party before opening the position like that, but I like what you're thinking, and the point is, again, black's focus now is firmly on the queen side. These knights on c4, c5. As a matter of fact, look at that cavalcade of piece on the c file. You don't see that every day. If you put a bishop on c6, it would hang the knight on c5. But that'd be a lot of pieces lined up. And yeah, white's focus is over yonder on the king side. So really interesting to see how this plays out. Polina's time management as well has been pretty good. So she was, saying, I don't know what I'm doing with this 5+1. I think she knows what she's doing now. She's got some matches under her belt.
Well, perfect can be the enemy of the good, so sometimes it is better to play good moves quickly rather than the perfect move slowly. So she brings a king to h1, Levy goes queen e7, g4 now might be met by some kind of queen h4. The white king will be in some danger, so she might have to slow play this a bit. She is up by nearly 30 seconds on the clock, but the plans are not easy to come by.
Yeah, but I think you just got to make some natural moves. Queen f2 is a good one, covering the h4 square. I think you just got to move some pieces and see how it happens. This knight on f1 maybe could be improved. Maybe a move like knight e3 perhaps, or you know where I really want that knight. I want that knight on f4, but you're 3 squares away, horizontally or vertically. It's so difficult to get a knight there. It usually takes 3 moves to do so. Yeah, it's just, if I could just pick it up and put it somewhere else, that would be fantastic, but alas, I gotta wait.
Well, I don't have to wait. I can hold it here forever. So I have the mouse. I can control that. But it's a really instructive point from Casa that this knight is not playing its part in what could be an attack. And now Polina is down to just about a minute. She's lower on the clock against Levy. That's really good news for him as he tries to get his first victory.
Yeah, folks, move these pieces. You guys don't have that much time. You got to make natural. You just got to make some moves. The game is going to be decided later, and you notice this in classical chess all the time too, where you want to think a long time when you see a new move or a novelty or something like that. And instead, you realize the game's not going to be decided right now anyway. It's better to bank on that time later. And I think Polina's not adjusting to this. She has to move. She's under 30 seconds.
I'm shocked that she's spending this much time. I mean, she now plays knight to e3. That's a move she could have played in 1 second in a bullet game and been happy with. Levy retreats quickly. It doesn't have to be the best move. It was approved by the engine, but he is making moves quickly, and now Polina down to 20 seconds. How is she burning so much clock?
Yeah, no, again, it's not adjusting to the new situation. And you can see here, after b takes c4, Levy has a new avenue on the B line whenever he wants. And so be careful with this knight on c5. This knight on c5 is about to be a dominant piece. It can potentially go to e4 or d3 at the right moment. And so, yeah, the 2 bishops here are not really showing themselves the way they typically do. And 11
Black
seconds.
Doesn't really even... Wow, g5. I was about to say Black's bishop not playing. So g5 played to open up the king side. And rook e3, I like a good rook lift, but look at Black getting to the g file just in time.
Yeah, and again, Levy styles to be aggressive. When he's playing aggressively, that's usually the best version of himself. And so I'm loving the g5 move, especially playing against her 4 seconds.
I can't believe how low she has gotten on the clock. But right now, it's a big question for Levy. What is White's plan that you're trying to figure out? And this knight on c5, if it ever goes to those light squares, of course it's going to be captured. And the Black king does need to be careful at the end of the day. If that diagonal can open up, it will be a checkmate.
Yeah, and it's a really weird position because, I don't love g takes f4 because now that dark square bishop has a future and that h6 pawn is a little loose. Who's it easier to play right now? The side that has more time. So I still think Levy has an easier go of it right now.
But look at her pre-moving.
I'm a queen.
It's over. She could not find the accurate moves in her time trouble. Credit to Levy Rosman finding all of the best choices there, winning the game, evening this matchup.
That was all about the clock. The position was even for a little while. Polina maybe was slightly better. Levy had a few moments. And then basically, if this match comes down to time scrambles, I like Levy in most instances. So I think she really, Polina that is, has to be a little bit savvier about managing her clock.
She was her own worst enemy. There was no reason she had to spend that much time. The position was not tactically sharp at that moment. And if she had conserved some of that time, she would have better chances in that scramble. But look, here we are in game 3. We have a Trompovsky from Levy. Black strikes early with c5, challenging for the center. And you see that we have a capture. So the tension is removed. And we have kind of like a Caro-Kann. So Casa, does this count in your... counter for a number of times we had the Caro-Kann?
I want it to because we're basically in the same Carlsbad-esque structure from Exchange Caro-Kann again. But if I was a bookie, this would, or if I was one of these casinos in Vegas, I don't think I'd be able to count it. So I'm gonna say no, even though it technically is.
is a transposition, and that happens in chess. You can sometimes start with one opening and then transpose into another. So this resembles an exchange Caro-Kann if the pawn went to e4 and took on d5 and black's c-pawn took back. So a6 played, your light square bishop wants to get out to b5, that's no longer available. I tend to like these positions long-term from the white side, but there's something a bit strange to me about this bishop on h4, Casa. Like, why is it over here? If you're not going to take on f6, then what is your bishop doing?
Yeah, that's a question, and the same could be said to white's light squared bishop, because a lot of times in these Carlsbad structures, the dream square for that bishop is the square d3 because you're pointing toward the king side. But Polina beat the bishop to the diagonal. The bishop on f5 got there first, and that normally doesn't happen. And so both of white's bishops are a little suspect right now, and it's for that reason that you see the bar ever so slightly in black's favor, just because addressing that is going to be a bit of an issue. Now, a question for the folks at home and for you as well, Robert. If that bishop was to take the knight on f6, how would black recapture?
Well, it's a question we might have to answer in a future game because now the knight is up on e4, but probably the g-pawn. Capturing towards the center is usually what we advise, and opening up a g-file against where the white king might go. But that's maybe a future game problem. Right now, I think white has many other issues. Pawn on e5, overextended. F3 played to kick the bishop back, so Ben Feingold is unhappy, but the bishop on f1 is at least a bit relieved and no longer has to defend this g2 pawn.
Yeah, and again, you said it. This long-term, it's not just the diagonal towards the king, this g1, a7 diagonal, this f2 square that's off. It's also the entire second rank. So if the king ever castles king side, and even queen side with the pawn on c3, the same dynamic exists. It's just extremely airy. It's like leaving the back door open at night. You don't want any strangers or intruders getting into your house, right? Like, we don't want that. We want to sleep securely. And when you push this f-pawn, you're not able to just sleep securely.
Yeah, but sometimes if you're inviting your friends over, you just leave the back door open so they know how to come in where you don't have to get out of your chair every single time. So sometimes you're just there for a party. I cannot believe he castled queenside. I kind of was just making a joke for a second, and then I see the king is on c1. I feel like you're asking for trouble by being on this side of the board. You're maybe a pawn down on the queen side, but Casa, b5, that comes to mind. Rook c8, this rook can also slam on the c4 square. White has no space, no control, and a more vulnerable king.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is the middle games and the end games now favor black. The end games favor black because I was going to say before this bishop e7 move, all of white's pawns are on dark squares, and they don't complement the dark squared bishop very well. Whereas black, that's kind of the opposite's the case. Most of the pawns are on light squares, and they really complement the bishop on e7 really well. And so I thought the end games are pretty favorable. The middle games are favorable because the king on c1 is a little vulnerable, and theoretically there should be a little bit of a faster initiative on that half-open file with rook c8 and b5. Although Levy is changing that. I mean, he's basically hinting at g5 or h5 at some point if black castles. And, you have to demonstrate some bravery here to castle right now. I mean, I think I'd probably play rook c8 and delay castling for a little while, and b5 essentially does the same thing.
b5 is a really good move. As you said, it delays castling. This rook is tied down to the pawn. If and when black castles kingside, we may see g5 blasting open that side of the board using the h6 pawn as a hook. Levy's going forward here. Rook c8, rook c4. You mentioned second rank issues. There are going to be some fourth rank issues, and that's why Levy tries to clog the fourth rank before the black rook gets there, and she plays it anyway.
Yeah, and I think here there's a little bit of an oversight here that after rook takes c4, you can't actually conveniently capture with the b pawn because there's some queen a4 check and queen b8 check dynamics. So you have to take with the d pawn, and that actually, I think, means that the worst is over for white as far as the king's safety is concerned, because then there isn't a clear open file on the b or the c file for black's heavy pieces, the remaining queen and rook, to operate on. So I think rook c4 is a little imprecise, but still, black is not in any real danger.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Definitely an imprecise move. I think she rushed it. She still has 3 minutes and 20 seconds on her clock. There was no need to play that decision so quickly, but that happens when you feel like you have no danger in your current setup. And now she's paused. So she did pre-move d takes c4. Maybe she wasn't expecting rook takes c4. She does, of course, capture this way. I still would prefer black's position, Casa, because after castle, the rook The rook is stuck on h1 because h4 is loose.
Yeah, and it's funny because you really want to open the h-file with a move like g5, but it'll be like ships passing in the night. If g5 is played, black will play h5, and there'll be no levers essentially towards that black king. I still like Polina's position, and you know what's more important than her position? It's the situation with the clock. As long as she remains healthily up on the clock, that's ultimately going to determine these games or the time scrambles. And again, Levy is pretty vicious in these time scrambles, so you don't want to give him that chance.
But Polina's a very technical player, so when you give her an opportunity to seize control of certain squares, and she can also go for an attack. I was just thinking the end game, but we have a queen and rook on the board for each side. G5 doesn't look threatening. B4, on the other hand, that's a B4, queen takes C4. I know I'm giving up a pawn. There might be a queen B7, rook C8, and before you know it, this king on C1's in grave danger.
That is dirty, and Polina spots it. She senses those tactics. There's a little bit of trouble in paradise here. This king on c1 is not on a secure square, and it might have to go to do a little bit of Tour de France somewhere. But the problem is, where is he going to hide?
I can't get to g3 quickly enough. I think I'll get checkmated before I get that far. This looks terrible for white. I actually don't see easy defensive moves. Rook h3 apparently. That's a huge mistake because b takes c3. I know that you want to take with this rook, but even when you take with the rook, the h4 pawn is hanging. That one that you pushed earlier going for the attack, it's loose, and I think all of white's kingside collapses.
Yeah, that is a tricky nuance to spot. I would have played rook d8 myself and just to put the rook on the half-open file or not half-open, the completely open file, and just make the king on c1 rethink its life decisions. Queen c5 is also a very legit move. Levy needs a queen trade expeditiously. If the queens stay on the board another 5 to 10 moves, I think it's just going to be over.
Especially with the clock situation. The queen e3, I am not trading, but Levy might follow the queen back and forth if he can. The problem is queen c6, queen f3, queen a4, and I get away. Same idea with queen a5. I'm escaping queen trades, and if you put king b1 to defend a2, this black rook can join the party, this pawn can push to b3. Wow, he takes on b4.
It's a good decision because if queen takes a2, there's actually queen a3, which forces the queens off the board, and that's exactly what Levy needs. The other funny thing is we spoke about split pawns in the first game of the match. We have the same dynamic. The issue is king safety. If the queens are off the board, white would be advantaged here because the split pawns. It's those queens, and again, f5 forgets about trying to trade queens, and now I think Polina should have something on the queen side, particularly with this king still on c1.
And she plays c3, which not only goes after the king and opens files. When you lose pawns, you open files. Exclamation point deserved. g4 is loose. So Levy's king side will likely fall apart. He doesn't have enough pieces to deliver checkmates. Okasa, he has to find a move. He's about to hit 10 seconds. I do not like this position one bit for white.
Yeah, this queen is just about to go big game hunting. I see Pac-Man vibes in the future here. Just, get the rook on d8 into the game, and the rest should take care of itself. I don't know whether you throw in a check first. Maybe you throw in like a queen f4 or a queen g1, and then bring the rook in, but that basically is the way to handle this.
Yeah, rook d8, one of those moves where you think, I can take this pawn in front of the king, or rook g3, but with a rook coming to d8, there will be mating threats. She first was queen g1 check, and then rook d8, maybe just trying to cause some confusion. Rook d3?
That's a mate
queen
threat.
Queen g6. Yeah, queen g6 now. Pin that rook.
How do we feel about those pawn end games, though, Robert? There is a 2 versus 1 for white on the queen side, so I don't think you could trade everything because then all of a sudden it's Levy's pawns that will get home faster.
Although, isn't this some kind of, not Zugzwang, but at some point white's not going to be able to move. If I play queen e4, I guess you do have king d2, so you actually will be able to escape a bit. You are right about the outside pass pawn for white, but black has an extra pawn in the center.
Another thing to point out is this pawn on g7 is going to be an umbrella for a little while. It's basically not a pawn that needs to be captured right away. There are improving moves that can be made instead. h5, maybe even a5. I would have loved to play a5 before b4, though, because before. I am a little bit worried about, she takes the pawn. Okay. Never disregard all of what was discussed.
Well, I was trying to find an umbrella. I think we need that for a glyph. But now she is going after all the pawns. So can't you just start taking them? Like if you take this pawn on e5, a6 does drop, and then it becomes a bit of a pawn race. You do not want to just go pawn grabbing, take all of them, and allow your opponent to queen.
Play a5 first. Don't even allow excellent practical move. Don't allow the capture of the a pawn. Keep everything relatively symmetrical. Every queen trade now loses because Polina's up a pawn. So essentially, you just gotta make a few queen moves, and then eventually there's usually a blunder in such scenarios.
Okay, so you said queen trades win for black. I like queen to b4 then. If that queen gets over there, I feel like black should be winning. The good news as well for Polina, queen c2 picks up a4,
Yeah.
so that's a second pawn, and that's a more important one.
And there are no checks there because the king was on g3. So now it's just checking your way towards the king. This queen on b2 will zigzag, and yeah, now all the pawns are being captured. And in fact, queen takes h5. Wait, queen g5, trade the queens? Okay.
She does it. Yeah. And Levy resigns. He actually gets resignation off before his flag falls. So it is 2-1 in Polina's favor. And Casa, Polina has been the faster player out of the gates. And so Levy, he's been struggling on the clock. In game 2, he was able to turn it around. In game 3, the clock was one of the villains for him.
I like where Levy's at, though. I think he understands that he's got to, basically play a little bit more actively early on, take the initiative, and hopefully get her thinking sooner. Polina knows the opposite. If she basically manages her time well, gets through these openings relatively cleanly, and she's up when the time scrambles happen, she has to like her chances. And so that's kind of the tug of war that's playing out right now.
And we see a position that sort of resembles a French to some extent. The bishop on c8 is stuck at home behind a pawn. So that's not the best piece in the world. But that e5 pawn, this has been a theme of the day. Is that pawn a strength limiting the scope of black's pieces? Or is it a long-term weakness that you can go after? Because to protect it, you need to continue overextending your position.
Yeah, it's funny looking at this because, again, this did come from a Caro-Kann, so we're again in the Caro-Kann Invitational going on over here. But it's this line where the bishop stays on c8 and it takes on the character of a French. Now, the reason black likes to play this or is comfortable playing this is because you have this pressure on the e5 pawn in the long term, and that might become a target. In the middle game, in the short term, white used that pawn as a wedge to initiate attack. So, if the king was to castle, if this black king was to castle, there are already some Greek gift possibilities with bishop h7 and knight g5. And again, you're probably going to see a similar dynamic as we saw in a previous black game where the king stays on e8 for a little while.
It probably has to. As you mentioned, the Greek gift sacrifice could land a checkmate in white's favor. We saw Gregory Kaidanov do something similar to Jordan van Forest in the Qatar Masters. And c3 played here. Black can castle. There is no Greek gift just yet. But even if you do castle, white often plays h4 and says, take my pawn, alpha zero style, I'm hunting your king.
Yeah, and I love this c3 move that white played because you basically secure the bishop on the diagonal with bishop c2. Queen a4, I'm not so sure if you want to actually take that a7 pawn. I don't know if it's a risky pawn kind of. Can you even call it big game hunting? It's really small game hunting, right? The rook pawn on a7. You're kind of disregarding all the other principles of chess. Your rooks aren't connected yet. I feel like that's probably not a pawn you need to defend.
No, but if you'd asked Polina a move ago, where does your queen belong when it's on d1? The answer is probably g4. So she's actually trying to use this as a decoy. If Levy goes ahead and defends that pawn, which he does, queen slides to g4, and suddenly the black king is in some serious trouble.
Robert, prophetic. That was prophetic stuff. We definitely need to take you. You ever play the lottery? Because those numbers you're giving are pretty good. But yeah, this is exactly right. To allow the queen to get to g4 is not really great. Now your h4 business that you mentioned earlier comes into play.
And I think black would have to respond with a move like h5, giving full control of the dark squares. But look at Polina. She plays b3 because maybe black had an idea to get some play of his own. She says, no, you are not going to get active in this setup. I don't see moves for black right now. You're definitely not castling here. Casso, do you have an idea, not just a single move, but an idea for black at the stage?
Yeah, I'm going to turtle a little bit. I'm going to play bishop to b7. I'm going to probably play rook c8. I'm going to actually sometimes play c4 as a sacrifice because after b takes c4, my knight gets the c5 square. My bishop that might be on b7 opens up on a long diagonal. So, all is not lost here. But it was very important for Levy to nudge this queen because bishop takes g6 sacrifices are possible with the queen being on the g line.
Well, now the queen is on the F line. At some point, knight g5 is going to be an idea for Polina. Just to secure the pair of bishops, you can't allow a white to chisel at this f7 pawn. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn, and this f7 pawn, it's really the hero. It may be little, but it's doing a lot of heavy lifting, defending pawn chains in both directions. So, guys, I'm looking at this. Bishop b7 feels mandatory, but I just don't see the follow-up working. I know you mentioned c4. I'm playing h3. I'm shutting down your pawn pushes here, and I keep passing the turn back to you until you show me what you have planned.
I'm going to go, again, I was going to say rook h5. It's always a nice aesthetic when you push the h-pawn up the board that your rook can activate that way. And so Levy definitely likes the artistic elements of chess. But again, bishop to b7. Okay, now we got to defend g6 again. Hold on. So again, the point is that I think if you give black time to do some of these things, you can sort of mount the c4 break. Whether it's a sacrifice or not, you get some counterplay. If c4 doesn't happen, I totally agree with you. But I think that's basically what black has to aim for is the c4 break. Because that's the only break in the position, right? And we said no pawn break, no plan.
I don't see an easy plan, so that might make sense for black. I'm looking at the clock as well. Polina well ahead on time. And she's trying to come up with a plan because her pieces look perfectly placed, but she doesn't have that knockout just yet. And so to improve your pieces, I would first play bishop d2, which might also open up the idea of b4 to carve out the d4 square for this knight. So there are many different options in this position for white. I think that playing on the queen side at some point, even bringing a rook to b1, throwing your pawns up the board, you can create a passer as black sits on its last rank, doing not all that much in terms of activity.
Yeah, it's such a good observation, Robert, because if you just look at the pieces that black can actually move, the knight on f8 can't move because the bishop takes g6. The bishop on e7 can't move because there's no square where it doesn't hang. The queen on d8 can hardly move as well. So essentially, it's really hard for black to come up with anything active, and it allows Polina the time to just kind of, basically take the temperature, make sure everything is aligned where she likes it. And that is really the problem that Levy has. And a3 points that out better than probably any move we've seen thus far. In fact, you could literally line your pawns modestly like that on the third rank and slowly prepare b4, perhaps in the manner that you were describing before with bishop d2, is shocking, but also demonstrates how bad black's position is.
And these rooks are not connected. So if files open up and there's some trades, there could be a checkmate on the last rank because the rook on h5, it's not contributing to the defense of the king. It is protecting h4, so it's needed on this flank. And rook c1 was Polina's choice. It's very clear she's going for b4. Like, she made all of her previous moves. It's given a question mark, Casa, because b4 directly was clearly better. But the advantage is still plus 1.7. So it's not like that was a too big of a mistake.
Yeah, folks, ignore the question mark here. Sometimes when you make moves and they're all a part of a logical plan, it's actually really sensible, and that's basically the dynamic here. b4 is still on the agenda. She can even make a few more preparatory moves if she doesn't feel great about allowing c4 with tempo, but b4 now is excellent timing.
Perfect timing. This bishop on c6, it does shield the queen from the rook. Oh, and c4. So this move we were talking about earlier in the game, it's something that you could do. But now all of black's pieces are shut out. So she moves the bishop to f1, which, okay, the engine hates it because, Casa, now the knight is free, and now the e5 pawn might be free that black can steal.
Yeah, and it's a bit surprising because now that bishop on f1 to be active again is going to have to go somewhere else. But hold on, now the e pawn can be probably reinforced with rook e1 or bishop d4, something that essentially just protects it. That knight d7 move was critical because it came with a really important tempo. Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprising sequence, but this queen on g4 also, we should just point out, the queen on g4 is nicely placed, but it also couldn't move. So I like this knight on d4, giving the queen some air.
And I don't like black's clock. White's moves seem easier to play. At least for Levy, I was going to say he's solid, but now he gets active. He wants to pin this bishop if it steals the pawn. And quick shout out to nearly 25,000 of you watching this match between your YouTube hero, GothamChess, and Polina Shuvalova, who is about 2,500 FIDE, the highest rated player in this competition, and currently with a 2-1 lead. So Casa, a lead on the clock by nearly a minute for Polina. How do you continue amping up the pressure?
I think you try and get the rook on b1 in the game. I would probably consider a move like rook e3 and rook e1 are doubling. You can also pressure the g5 pawn. Knight takes h4 as a threat here, folks. The rook on g8 is unprotected. Ooh. And basically, it's just hard for black to make moves without blundering. And here we go. That pawn is available and open for business. And yeah, now it's off the board.
And it's getting late for her, and she might be hungry, so she snacks on the h4 pawn. But that's just the start. That knight is going right back to f3, then pawn to h4. This pin isn't really going anywhere. This feels like not just a little pawn on the flank, but okay, h4 now, and I can't really look at this much longer.
Yeah, my eyes. But the point is, though, is this has actually been really, really well conducted, and it's partially because Polina's just up on the clock. If she stays up on the clock, good things happen. All right, bishop e3, or just makes a lot of sense, just hitting that queen, kicking it off that diagonal, then maybe going for h5, which, again, the rook on g8 is still unprotected, so h5, okay, trading also makes sense, and yeah, okay, Polina as a technical player, she's like, I've had enough of these pieces, greed is not needed, I'm going to, head toward endgame, and look at Levy under 5 seconds, basically.
One tactic here to watch out for. This queen pins the f2 pawn. So as long as she doesn't play a move like bishop h3 or something like that, maybe she moves her king up to g2. She can also bring her knight up to g5 to close the g-file. That's the one blunder to avoid right now, and she stops it.
Yeah, and again, she has 50 seconds, so of course she can find this, because it's actually not going to be hard for her to find good moves when she's up this much on the clock. And again, she's just making all the improvements she needs. She's making all the renovations, and she has the time to do it.
And she now wins on the spot with h6. The rook will have to sacrifice for the knight, and that shouldn't stop the checkmating pattern. Queen f6 attacks a loose knight, and oh gosh, h6 is going to hurt.
Can you sack your queen there? Is it almost h6, rook g6, and then h7?
Sure, why not? That wins. Queen takes f7 will be mate in 1. So I always like to say, Casa, when you see mate, look for better.
Fair. Very fair. And yeah, h7 does it. Queen f6 does it. Again, I think she might even trade queens here, but she shouldn't. She shouldn't.
She goes h7, and now there's no way to get to this pawn. So she should bring her rook to the g-file, and I think that would end this game.
Now, I must say I'm surprised that Levy's playing this out, given that, there's a match clock here, but I think he's thinking that this might be one of her best segments, so he's going to maybe play out these positions, and even if they're lost.
Right, and she hasn't always... Ooh, please take my rook. Yeah, that's just a nice finesse, and that is winning. So Polina Shuvalova takes the first 2-point lead of this match. She currently is up 3-1. So Levy, the break comes at a great time for him. You see him stretch, while Polina stretched her lead to 2 points.
Oh, my goodness. There's just a lot going on right now, and stay tuned because this match is just heated up.
Levy Rosman still in his chair, probably looking over that game, and he has his work cut out for him because he trails by a score of 3-1 at the moment. So Casa, what does Levy need to do differently to catch up?
He's got to play a little bit faster so that Polina has to make decisions under pressure. She's basically in her bag, essentially having a minute and change in positions where she just got to maneuver and find one or two really nice moves before ending the game. So she's got to make those decisions, or have to make those decisions with 20, 30 seconds left. That'll give Levy a good shot.
For sure. So Levy, he will need to just take a step back, revisit some of the openings, and he has plenty of life left. The match is long. The players are taking a break. We'll do the same. So subscribers, stay tuned during the break as we take you inside a prestigious chess club in London, where a former British champion meets a young prodigy. They talk chess improvement and put their skills to the test. We'll be right back.
Do you know about Nobel Prizes?
No.
Over 50 members of the Athenaeum have won Nobel Prizes. Bertrand Russell, Winston Churchill, Rudyard Kipling. Have you heard of You're too young, you don't know all these people. Tactically, I'm still quite strong. I can still, you give me a position in the paper, white to play and win, the first move I think of is usually the answer.
I think I'm quite good at the rook end games, but I'm not sure about my weakness.
This is I think the most expensive library in the world after British Museum. This is the Darwin chair.
Have you heard of Charles Darwin?
He died on this chair.
No.
They play between each other chess.
Can I go up the stairs, or am I not allowed?
Do you want to go up the stairs? I've never been up the stairs. Let's go up the stairs.
This is high. What's this thing over here?
It's an old thing for parcel posts. So if you have to send a parcel, you put the parcel in one and you put the weights in the other, and when it balances, you know the parcel weighs 4 pounds or so many grams.
I think the optimal age for playing my first chess would probably be when I'm somewhere around a teenager.
Mid-30s is probably the people reach their strongest, and so at age 79 I'm probably a bit past it. See, that's interesting. Yeah, we get there just in time. Thank you.
There's Gotham Chess. Is he uploading some content to YouTube? No, he's probably just texting some friends, and they likely are rooting him on as he trails the match at the moment. 1 point for him, 3 for Polina Shuvalova. And Levy, he is extraordinarily well known across the world. He also just released his book, How to Win at Chess. You see it there behind him. And he is YouTube's largest chess channel with 4+ million subscribers and 1.8 billion plus total views. The list goes on and on with him, and it doesn't even do him service to read this graphic. But Casa, right now, none of that matters. He could be the best streamer in the world of all time, but he's still trailing 3-1 to Polina Shuvalova.
Yeah, and I think the story thus far has been the time management. Specifically, Polina's done a really great job of not allowing Levy to show his prowess in these scrambles. And so the adjustment I would have Levy make would be to play faster, to at least give Polina some difficult decisions in time trouble, because I do believe he has the edge if the position or the status quo of the position is still unclear heading into those time scrambles. Thus far, Polina's been dominant, and so at the end, it's only been making 1 or 2 accurate moves to finish things off, and so he's got to keep the game in the balance for longer.
And that was nearly perfect execution from Polina in that last game right before the break. She wins with the white pieces. She had complete control over the board, whereas Levy's pieces, they were stuck in the mud. So a great showing thus far for Polina. I'm going to ask YouTube chat a question. I know many of you are here supporting Gotham Chess. Do you think he has what it takes to come back against someone like Polina, 2,500 plus in classical FIDE rating? Casa, we know how strong she is, but this is a better start than maybe even she could have imagined based on her level of play.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think we're going to see a little bit of something different here. And here we go. Already we have our liftoff, and we're in London land. We didn't see Bishop F4. We saw Trumpowski land before. So, and I stand corrected now. Not traditional London, Jobava London. So, totally different approach already.
Perhaps Levy took a deep dive into Danya Naroditsky's opening repertoire along with Alexander Bortnik. They released a course on the Jabal London. Look at this pawn on g4. And Polina says, no way, you're not going to catch me grabbing that one. I'm not opening this g-file for you to go after my king. Instead, the knight jumps into e4. So Casa, I'm not super familiar with the ins and outs of this opening, but the reason I like knight e4 is it welcomes c5. It also might threaten to move like g5 at some moment.
Yeah, I love the aggression from the start from Levy. You don't take that pawn on g4 a few moves back because there's these rook g1 ideas, nastily picking up the g7 pawn and just getting an initiative on the g-file. And I think essentially white is a little bit better because gonna probably connect their rooks first. The knight on c3 has now been captured, but even after recapture, white just needs 2 moves to connect their rooks. You could see something like queen f3 happening. You can even see something like a3 happening. But I think ultimately white has a little bit of an initiative here and can even continue to push on the king side.
Well, white would like to castle queenside, but the problem is once this bishop captures, then that flank will be open. So a3 is a really good move because if black took on c3, then white castles kingside. Now white has the choice. So a3 was played at the correct time. Here you can take on d6. You're not very afraid of bishop takes f4 and pawn takes back. I think that actually could play into white's hands.
Yeah, but the funny thing about bishop d6 is that Polina's just trying to take the fire extinguisher and douse it, just go. And right now, basically, if she's able to trade a few pieces, that attack is going to be blunted, and then those pawns that have been pushed will be probably overextended and not very impressive. So Levy's going to try and make the magic happen by keeping some pieces on the board, and Polina's going to be like, "You want to trade? You want to trade? You want to trade?"
And look at Polina playing b5. She said, let's trade punches right now. If you want to castle queenside and attack me on this side of the board, I'm going to play b4 and open up where your king will land. So e4 played. Speaking of opening up, the center is about to be ripped open. And Casa d takes e4. That looks like a move that you just immediately resign after because I just don't like the look of the rook sitting in the corner.
Oh, no, we want to live. We want to live. And so we're going to make decisions that keep us alive. And taking on e4 was a bad idea. Polina develops, instead plays bishop b7. And Levy has a decision here. Does he try and get a little bit greedy and take on d5? Does he close the position and play e5? Does he keep the tension? These are really tough decisions to make, particularly in faster time controls, Robert, because you could have a situation where this move here decides the next 10.
It does, because after e5, black's move is forced, and then comes c5. That idea is more or less forced. He castles kingside. He keeps the tension both in the center with the pawns and between the bishops. I like that decision. I think castling queenside was too risky. Castling kingside makes perfect sense. And Casa, you called it. White's rooks connect first, but currently there are no open files, so what are those rooks going to do? Yeah,
and the other thing about castling kingside is that pawn on g4 will stick out like a sore thumb the longer the game goes. That pawn was back on g3, it'd be a very, very clear advantage to white because white is all those other great things we talked about, rooks being connected, center control, and so on. Polina's going to try and trade some pieces and then make that g4 pawn look really, really bad. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an exchange on e4 or f4 right now, and I think she's trying to figure out which one makes more sense.
And Levy correctly predicted that bishop takes f4 will be played. That was pre-moved by him. And now, after knight takes e4, I don't think that black should go pawn grabbing in the center. Not when you haven't connected your rooks and your queen side is undeveloped. Knight takes e4, queen d4. I would even look at rook d1. The c7 pawn is loose. It feels like you're playing with fire. So if I were Levy here, I would just take his pawn on e4 and then ask those questions right afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious for folks that in the chat that actually have pre-moved before. Do you feel like pre-move usually works out for you, or it doesn't? Like, because I feel like I'm not someone that really is so keen on pre-moving until I'm down to my last few seconds and it's like a time scramble. Otherwise, I assume nothing. But okay, Levy's pre-move was connected to a recapture, so you understand that. But if it's not a pre-moved, if it's not a recapture, I'm not pre-moving squat.
I think the chat will say pre-move, what's that? Some of them, and others will be like, no, I never pre-move, and the others will say, well, I like playing games as quickly as possible, so let's get them done with. Let's pre-move every single turn. And now the advantage is in black's favor. Casa, at first glance, this looks really good for white, but then you remember that your pawn is on g4. If that pawn were on g3 or g2, we'd be telling a very different story.
Yeah, it's the combination of that with this combination of just trading pieces. And again, Polina's the really, really good technical player, and she's saying the more pieces I trade, the less attack or initiative you have against me, and the more that g4 pawn sticks out like a sore thumb, and that's essentially what's happening. And so I don't like the way this is trending for Levy, but we still have plenty of game left, and I do think he is more attached on the time than he has been in previous games on the clock. And so as long as he kind of keeps the time kind of close, I think he'll have his chance. d5 here might actually be a really sensible way to activate some piece and at least try to attack again, and he goes for it.
And now it's a big choice for Polina, who is ahead on the clock. Does she trade, liquidate, likely to a relatively even position, or play e5? And that means that we can split the board in half. She chooses the trades. She is up 2 points in this match. Her queen can slide to e7. I still would prefer black, even if white is first to the open file, because king safety is paramount in quicker time controls. I just don't like the location of this pawn on g4.
Yeah, it's still a bit annoying. Although now that there aren't any knights or minor pieces on the board, it's at least a bit easier to manage that liability. I think Levy will probably go h3 and protect that g4 pawn, and then maybe even bring the king up to g2 just to consolidate things on the king side, and then you start to feel good about white's control of the file.
And rook d8 says you're not going to control that file forever. Rook takes d5. You would like to take with the queen to increase control over that file. And she actually plays c5. I like that. No more backward pawn. We can push it all the way up here. I just feel like Polina's doing everything correctly. And for Levy, he's done nothing wrong, but the position remains level.
Yeah, it is a very, very equalish position. I think both sides have a few more improving moves to make. Rook d3 is almost like a bit of a waiting move, but also invites this idea of rook e3 potentially. And yeah, Polina's advancing, making more improving moves herself. So very, very level. It's going to be very curious to see who manages their time better in the next minute or so.
And Levy down to 125. Polina has 145, so some extra time, much needed for her, as Levy is super fast in the scrambles. And here's a big question. Does Polina play rook d8, essentially saying, I'm okay making a draw? She says no, rook e8. And Casa, this queen side for white, I feel like it could be vulnerable. If you're not looking closely, there could be a c3 shot to shatter that pawn structure.
Yeah, it's funny because the eval bar definitely didn't change after that move, but that's a move that conveys ambition. And I think part of that ambition is based on the fact that Polina's up about 40 seconds. And so she feels like, I'm not in any time trouble. Why do I need to be conservative? I feel like I'm the better player. And that's basically what that move says. King g3 is bold. That is a move I would not have predicted.
It's the last game of the season. You're going to hold nothing back. King to g3. This is a finals-worthy move, saying, I am going to push my king forward. You have one simple check. It doesn't do much. And queen e2. That's a move that can really hurt you. If you trade, black is already on the verge of winning a pawn. And if you don't trade, Casa, queen f1, that looks scary with your king up on g3.
Yeah, the king g3 move was puzzling. Queen e2 makes a lot of sense. Rook d7 is a really, really smart move. You counterattack on f7, not giving black the time to, get any any aggressive attacking ideas, and I think the queen on e2 should probably dart back to e6. I'm not keen on trading queens here because then the king would have controlled the e2 square, the entry square for the black rook. So just defend f7 and chill, and that's what Polina's doing. And again, the time, she's still up. This needs to change for Levy to make inroads.
And this rook goes to a7, keeping the queen honest. Also, rook a8 becomes an option. The pawn f7 is annoying for black to deal with. You would like to make a move like king h7 to get off the last rank. And here, Levy may play the move rook to a8. I actually don't think this is an immediate draw. Just because you're trading off pieces, I still feel like black has a slight edge just because of the silly pawn on g4.
Yeah, no question. And if you had to pick what's the most valuable pawn on the board right now, it's probably the pawn on c4, that black pawn. And so it's equalish. There's so many perpetual checks here that come into play. g6 tries to cover the diagonal, although I'm skeptical that there'll be many refurbishing moves here for black to make. There will always be some perpetuals.
But one thing, queen f6, can you actually trade queens, or does the black king get out too quickly? These are difficult questions to answer
C3.
when you don't have much time. c3, if you want to play for one, you definitely play c3 here. But for Polina, she may say, I'm still ahead in the match. I'll play a calm move like c takes b. I feel like Levy is handling this quite well, and for Polina, her lead on the clock, it's shrinking.
Yeah, queen b2 is a very bold and aggressive move. It kind of forces white's hand. I think Levy's going to take on c4, and then we'll see what's up here.
Okay, so queen e4 looks right to me. Queen c7, queen takes c2.
Why giving up this?
Win for black.
Why give up the c2 pawn? Now the c4 pawn. Remember we said this like 10 moves ago is the most dangerous pawn. It's 3 squares away from queening, and it's coming with tempo. Queen e2 check. Don't push c3 or you hang your queen.
Nope. So queen e5 first. Now c3 is available, but queen b2, actually putting the queen on the other side of the pawn was probably just winning on the spot because the queen would have ushered the pawn through, but here this is also good enough.
But look at this queen on e3, covering the checking square.
D2.
Oh, queen d2.
Here comes the new queen. Polina Shuvalova, the lead on the clock is paying dividends. She now leads by 3 full points. Casa, it seems like she's an entirely different player than we saw her against Lawrence Trent.
Yeah, you could see her class. I mean, that was as equal position as equal gets, and she was able to outplay Levy because she's at 30 seconds and a lot of good moves to make. And I'm wondering, Levy's now switching the openings. Is this a little bit of tilt, or is this just trying to mix things up? Because the Scandinavian was not on my bingo card.
It's a nod to the first winner of the IMSCC Speed Chess Championship, John Bartholomew. I know you're either watching now, you'll watch at some point, somebody will send you this clip. We wish you well. He was the first winner of the IMSCC. He is a tried and true Scandinavian player, hashtag Team Scandi. But this opening, it's not seen very often at the highest levels, though I love playing it in blitz chess because I actually think it's a tough nut to crack.
It is a very annoying move opening to play against, particularly because you don't see it that often. And one of the things that I think even justifies this opening for black is the pawn on d4 feels isolated. It's not isolated, but it sometimes feels that way because the knight on c3 is in the way of the pawn on c2, reinforcing it. And for that reason, that I think black can play this way. Although I must say, this bishop b4 business, I haven't really been very familiar with. I've seen this type of position before, but I have a bias towards the bishops, Robert.
Yeah, though, with a rook coming to d8 very quickly, this pawn d4 is the target. Bishop g4 is coming soon as well. And I just feel like, as you said, the c pawn needs to be on c3. Now d5 played. Can black just...
Castle.
Levy does. He's speeding up and he's playing better.
Yeah, I love that decision. And actually, I know I probably isn't favored, but as white here, I probably would consider actually just sacking the queen at this point, just because I think other tries are just not as desirable. At least there'd be a bit of an imbalance there, and black's kingside pawns would be split. So I actually would sack the queen here and go for that position. Otherwise, you're just losing a clean pawn, and black's pieces just look very good.
You need to take your practical chances. So even though this is only a pawn, I'm going to put that in air quotes, taking this way, giving up your queen for a rook and a minor piece, that would have given the black king some difficult choices. So instead, she was b4. I think this knight can just slink back to e7 to gather this pawn on d5, and black is simply up a pawn. You have to love Levy's position.
And look at the difference, folks. for the first time in a while, Polina's the one a minute down on the clock. And that's the game she lost, when she lost a time scramble where she was down, and it's starting to trend that way.
And bishop e4, a nice move. Instead of bringing the knight back, the bishop forward, going after this nice pawn on d5. And so we're about to see a position where black is simply a pawn up, but Casa, there is some danger here. For example, if bishop takes and we swap pieces, this looks like the best way to capture, because your pawn structure doesn't get ruined anymore. If you take with the e-pawn, you have double isolated pawns. Sorry, I'll fix my arrows here. Those pawns would be very weak. But after those trades, c4 would happen fast, and Levy says, let me get this knight off the board. He wants knight e5.
Yeah, so basically he wants to get all the minor pieces off the board and have a relatively no-risk endgame where you have, all the heavy pieces on the board and just a clean extra pawn. I like the decision. I think it kind of it makes a lot of sense, and it's going to be unpleasant to even begin to try to defend this, because black will also, in addition to all those other advantages, probably have the open file.
And she plays queen f4, going after this pawn on f6. If I'm Levy, I note that I'm up a pawn. This queen is about to pester me. I might bring my own queen in. When you're up material, trades are often advisable. So queen d4, it also will get the queens off in a nice way for black, where you keep control over this open d file, the only open file, I might add.
Yeah, it's an excellent move. I mean, it's a really, really classy decision, and I would even consider rook f5 now, just harassing the queen further, reinforcing the f6 pawn. A very natural move, and played by Levy, and I'm liking his decisions right now.
He's playing great. Quicker, with a clear purpose, and his opening choice to go to the Scandinavian, so far, it is paying off. And with his queen on f3 under threat from this rook on f5, she slides to g3. That does welcome a doubling on the g file. I think for black, the game will be closer to a victory once you connect your rooks in a meaningful way.
Yeah, and I think allowing these tempos for the rook to activate are really, really dangerous. You pretty much have to go g3 here. And that's what Polina does, and now the queen is just being harassed. The one argument I could say is white needed to create an escape square, and you basically helped white do that. That being said, you've activated both your rooks with tempo. I mean, this rook on a1 is doing absolutely nothing, and it's going to be hard to find a real breakthrough here. That's the thing. I would have been, again, it's a bias personally, I would have been more comfortable trading the queens, because I don't want to allow any counterplay against my own king. And now Polina's going to get some activity.
Uh-oh. Casa, you were just saying it, and now I'm really seeing it. That if queen lines up with the rook on the d-file, that could be the start of a mating attack. And also, if you're queen g4, I might play queen to e3 because I'm spying this a7 pawn. This is not easy for black to deal with, and he's backtracking, and his pieces are not coordinated nicely.
Yeah, and rook d5 runs into queen h7. The queen would actually infiltrate on that square and start attacking stuff. And you can't nudge the king over to b8 either, because they're back rank mates connected to sacking the queen on d8. And so some issues here, and this is now tough to defend.
I think queen c6 just manages to keep everything together. And for Polina, she needs to keep going forward. She doesn't have b5. She plays queen d4 going after this pawn. King b8 would walk into that back rank checkmate you talked about. And b6 at a perfect moment for Levy. His king now has an escape route, but the light squares are going to be vulnerable long term for this black king.
You know, I think Levy made a few great decisions here. I'm going to say crisis averted, at least the short-term crisis, because there were some real back rank issues there. Queen c6 was really clever. Although this light square check, queen e4, why do you allow that one? Now this rook will come into d7.
Uh-oh, and that could definitely turn this game around. So, you know what's been interesting is that at first Levy played super quickly, and he was able to obtain an advantage. Then Polina was the one playing a bunch of quick moves, and she was able to cut in to Levy's advantage. And why is she thinking rook d7 looks automatic? Maybe she's worried about some kind of pawn push at the right moment, but the queen on e4 does cover that square.
The other point is black again has back rank problems because this queen is looking at the b7 square. So, all right, rook d3 was a passive way of essentially doing the same thing. The reason rook d7 was a little bit better is because you get a tempo on f7, but I think she's eyeing these breakthroughs on g3. The queen on c5 makes the f2 pawn pinned, and so she's worried about some rook takes g3 tactics and is overprotecting that square.
She's also lining up rook d1 because queen takes f2 check, king h1. There is no check on this f3 square thanks to this rook on d3. So she's lining up a checkmate attack of her own. And I actually think that this is a really big threat right now. You sacrifice a pawn in front of your king with check, and yet it's the black king that will get mated first.
Vicious. And the time. Look at the time. All of a sudden, Polina's back in business, up on the clock, and that is not where Levy wants to be. He's got to keep that momentum up, and rook e5 is a good move.
Yeah, kicking his queen off of the diagonal if it goes back to f3. Well, the c4 pawn is loose, and that gives rook d5 to black in the near future. So some of these decisions won't be particularly easy. We could see a repetition if the queen and the rooks go from the f to the e files. But Polina, she might be thinking about more here as it went from a bad position to one where her king, it kind of does feel slightly safer.
Wow, queen h7 is really aggressive. c4 now is really loose. I guess you defend it with rook c1. No, Polina's like, forget that. I'm going to punt on my queenside pawns and seek activity. I think this should probably favor Levy just because, his pawn should theoretically be faster, and it'll be hard with all the heavy pieces on the board to even entertain pushing the white kingside pawn. So tricky position, but again, Levy's back on top on the clock, and that's what he needed. Polina's going to have to make some tough decisions under duress, and that's, I think, all you can ask for.
It's a strange imbalance, and actually it's funny that we see the features just a well-balanced game, this one. I don't see this position as being balanced, at least by the pawn structure. If b5 falls, which it may on this turn, and it just was captured, f6 falls, white is actually up a pawn on the king side, and black is up 2 pawns on the queen side. So that's how I like to look at these positions. These are 2 extra pawns, and this pawn is an extra one for white, but neither side can push those pawns very easily, because as soon as you push pawns in front of your king, and the king's to the opposite flanks, then your king is susceptible to checks and maybe to mates. So Casa, how do you see this game continuing?
Yeah, I think basically black will probably start to shove the A pawn just because it still preserves your own shelter. So I think A5, A4, something like that went up. I think conversely, white might do the same thing and make a move like H4 to just at least, sort of like, it's like, gentlemen, start your engines, just basically just getting the pawns revved up for when the queens ultimately are exchanged, and then you feel more comfortable running them down the board.
And A5, step 1, and A4, please take me, as your rook needs that defender, so the queen slides to C5, and also threatened a rook F5, so the rook slid back to D2. I see the question mark, but I'm looking at the clock, and that's the best thing that Polina is going for. She is up over 10 seconds.
Yeah, and H4, again, it makes a lot of sense, although tactically, maybe it would have been savvier to give that queen F3 check first, because now F2 is under tremendous fire.
And where does that queen even go? There aren't so many squares. There's G6. I like that because she's keeping her eyes on the light squares. And E6 is hanging. So if you don't protect that pawn, white is going to steal it.
Yeah, but look at the pressure on F2 here. Very, very dangerous. So black's rooks are attacking. White's rooks are defending. And queen E4 check. Very nice move. Although rook takes G3 was a threat a move ago. Do you trade
swap
here?
Queens? Yeah. And then go like this with your rooks.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You can generate pressure on that C7 pawn with tempo. And if that pawn comes off the board, you start to feel very good if you're white. So yeah, queen takes C6 is probably the logical choice here.
And she made her choice with 5 seconds remaining on her clock. Reminder, everyone, they get a second added per move. Levy down under 5 seconds.
Oh my God,
doesn't
move!
see an idea.
Folks,
this is going to be a scramble.
They got to move.
Okay.
Oh my
it feels
God.
like white is coordinated very nicely. Rook c1 comes to mind, but then queen f3 for black at some point. He steals the a pawn.
There's nothing hanging in black's position. Everything is covered.
Oh, nice queen trade now from Levy. He didn't take f2. He says my pawns are too fast.
Way too fast, and white can't even sniff a pass pawn yet. And rook a5 seals the deal. That is a runner, and that's a touchdown basically. That pawn is about to get to a1. That is the way Levy does it. And again, the contours of the game there were very clear. If you are asking Polina difficult questions under duress, you gotta like Levy's chances. He is, I think, the favorite in those time scrambles. If Polina has a lot of time on her clock and she's got to figure out how to navigate the position, she's going to do it. And so, yeah, that's the adjustment that he's got to make, and I think he's starting to realize it.
Well, where are we at on the Caro-Kann counter?
Because all right, I think this was 4.
All right, we're at number 4, and this h-pawn is on h4. It's going all the way up the board. This has become thematic. It's a very topical line, and even though you're pushing pawns in front of your king, you have 4 pawns to 3 on this flank over here. So black uses the extra pawn on that side of the board to her advantage, because of the extra pawn in the center that also tells part of the story.
Yeah, and it's a funny one because usually this h-pawn can be entertained as a lever to kind of get at white's king side. Sometimes you throw in h3 and you make sure that white has permanent back rank problems, but right now it's a bit tepid, and I think in the long term some of these piece trades can favor white, because if all the pieces get vacuumed off the board and it's just a pure pawn in game, white would actually be winning because you can manufacture a passed pawn in the center with the 4 versus 3. And so we're a long ways from that, and I would reckon we're not going to get a pawn in game, but that is in general one of white's long-term prospects.
That's completely true. Levy read his book during the break, How to Win at Chess. It seems like that would help him start winning some games with Polina. Maybe she writes the book on some of this Caro-Kann theory. She induces f3, which is a long-term weakness on these dark squares, and then retreats the bishop to e6. Give me this control, b5 in the near future. That's another typical move you see in the Caro. Also, I'm starting to prefer black's position, and her clock is part of the equation.
Yeah, f3 just leaves the back door open again. I don't know about, I don't like strangers in my house at night, and so I'm keeping everything locked, and f3 is just a bit too inviting. Yeah, it's the diagonal to that king, and it's the second rank in the long term, just dangerous. a5, we saw this theme on previous game where you're the side that has a pawn minority and you're the one pushing, and it's really to kind of undermine the chain and also restrict, the activity of white. So I'm not a huge fan of the queen trade, to be honest, but black is totally fine here, and a lot of it has to do with this expansion on the queen side.
And also the fact that this bishop on d3 has no active diagonals. If queens were on the board, if I could place a queen over on h5, I might go for checkmate. But this bishop will stare into enemy pawns, and that's not good news at the moment for that piece. And I'm not sure, Casa, but you might have to take this bishop, because if you push b4, down goes a2. I will gladly grab that pawn. And otherwise, you're going to lose a pawn on the square it currently sits.
Yeah, and I think essentially white's best chance now is to get to some type of double rook endgame where the minor pieces come off the board. I could see a scenario where there's like knight takes the bishop on e6, and then after knight takes e6, bishop c4, and trying to essentially whittle some of the pieces down. This h4 pawn, let's not forget, this is a thorn in white's side, because if white ever plays g3, black will play h3, and that pawn will be cemented there. And so long term here, it's very annoying for this king on g1 to find real breathing room, because it's hard to kind of dart out, and again, the back door is open.
So far, I would say a perfectly executed position in the Caro-Kann from the black side. Polina's done everything right. If this rook takes on e6, you undouble your pawns. You capture it towards the center, and then your king can run out to f7. So black has the space. The side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage, and she rushed king f8. I was thinking b5 first to boot this bishop back and then give your knight the d5 square, but she doesn't want to do anything committal, so I can hardly blame her for starting with king to f8.
Yeah, I definitely respect king f8 because she just wants to take away this rook e7 invasion, right? That was part of the concern, was the rook getting to the 7th rank. And yeah, because that didn't happen, now, she could still kind of chisel away at the queenside pawns. There's maybe knight b5 or knight d5 is a possibility. That c3 pawn is very soft. And again, this h4 pawn is very annoying. And so, white might actually need to find some way to get rid of it, and it's not convenient. It might take a few moves like g3, g4, and then king g3, something like that. So
she goes knight d5, welcoming an exchange of minor pieces after c takes d5. Guys, how do you defend both of these pawns? I know white is essentially up a pawn on the queen side, but after rook a3, you have to use your rook in a passive way, and for black, it might be time to start bringing this king up, and you could push all of your pawns. So a king and pawn in a game, that would likely be even winning for white because of these double pawns, but with the rooks on the board, I'm taking black.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for Levy because even though the computer says this is equal, this is the type of thing where it's one-way traffic in my estimation. As this king starts to move towards the center, king e7, king d6, it's going to be really hard to keep everything together, although Levy is doing the right thing. He's basically going to try and play king c1 and then king b2 and free up the rook to get active on the e-file. But this is so much easier to play for black because white has several backward pawns, right? The a2 pawn is backward and the c3 pawn is backward. And so the majority on the queen side is really a faux majority. It's a fake majority. It can't be mobilized.
Well, that's what happens when 2 pawns take care of 3, and g3 played. So there's some good news to that. This would just offer a trade of pawns, and if we see a trade there, the king would run out. But look at her executing your plan, Casa. This is for the end of the game. If we keep the rooks on the board, h2 will be a permanent long-term weakness. But if those rooks come off, then h3 is the pawn that will regret staying on that square.
And don't you, now f5 might be a really good lever for the king to actually all of a sudden dart in toward the king side pawns again. Do not ever let this rook on a3 get to the second rank because it will nestle itself on g2 and you'll have a very hard time as white ever trying to trade those rooks because the pawn on h3 will become a g pawn and then Gary will queen. f5 was a missed opportunity though. It was a missed opportunity. Now white will have the opportunity to f5 again.
Yeah, this is f5. The problem for white is that black has undoubled her pawns, which means she has a legitimate pawn majority on the king side. And if her king is able to get into a square like e4, that's that. So king f2.
f4, cover the square.
Oh, what an idea by you, Casa. Take away the g2 square, then throw the second pawn forward, and I don't think that white can do anything to stop it.
And the problem is this king on f2 on the second rank is in a box, so white can never really get active. Like, you might say, well, how about rook c2 to b2, and then you capture on b5? Well, the problem is as soon as black's rook gets to the second rank, and I said this before, if ever there's a rook takes a2 check, this rook will nestle itself on g2, and it will be trouble in paradise. There'll be no real active way to get rid of that rook. And so the question for black really is, how do you finish the game? Because white is now going to have to sit, and black is going to have to figure out how to improve. Where would you go with it, Robert?
She's doing what I was about to suggest. She might bring her king right back over to g6 and then play pawn to f5 and then figure out the rest later. And Levy, down under 20 seconds, he has to go rook c2. I don't think he could have went rook e5. As you said, rook a2 would check. If this rook gets to h1, the game is over. And that's why this rook needs to stay on the second rank.
Yeah, and again, she has all the time in the world. So that's the issue here. At some point now, you're going to have a protected passer on f4 that needs to be babysat, and this rook on a3 will reposition itself to greener pastures.
And it could just stay there. Maybe the black king might walk forward to a5 and go b4 now. I think you play b4, pawn takes rook g3.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hide your kids. That is... You get 2 connected passers 2 squares away from queening. The rook cannot stop it. This rook a7 is a much more tame approach and just as effective, but what you just suggested was spectacular.
I kind of, I don't root for any player, but that would just be a sight for sore eyes. A rook landing on g3, because if that capture happens, you have 2 passers that can't be stopped. And the rook is coming in, so this might just happen.
Oh my goodness. And she even can protect on c6 and play king c6. That's how much time she has. She doesn't even have to be down material to win the game now. And this is just torturous. I think the only reason this game is continuing is because it's the last game of the segment. And we know that, Levy's probably more of a favorite as the time control quickens, but this has been tough. Now wait, rook f3 was an opportunity. Rook f3 could have picked off the h-pawn. Bring the king. The king needs to move to a4, a3, get comfortable.
Rook g3. I'm telling you, it wins.
Robert, that is brilliant, man. That is a brilliant move. It is hard. It's hard for us folks to sometimes find that, man. But yeah, honestly, even f3 wins now because g4 is hanging, or you could put the rook behind the pawn, and even king pawn endgames are winning now. This king on a5 can just start walking down the yellow brick road of that a file and start to just snap stuff.
Yeah, that's true. So rook f4 is good. Rook e2 winning the h-pawn, and then rook h1 because this becomes a huge threat, and actually h2 should win with rook a1.
Rook a1. Oh, wow.
That's that. What a game from Polina Shuvalova. She was faster, she had that endgame technique, and she went with it to a 3-point lead. She takes a drink from her cup. She has earned every bit of her advantage right now. And for Levy, the best news is that the 5+1 portion, it's in the books.
Yeah, it's crazy because you don't even have to know much about chess. And I'm telling you, you could just look at the clocks and it could tell you who's in the driver's seat. Every game that Polina has won, she's been up on the clock at the end of it. Every game that Levy has won, it's been the opposite. So the clock times have really told us who's better and why.
Well, we are getting into a shorter time control. So, Casa, before we had to break, any advice for Levy on what he should do entering the 3-minute portion?
Play a little faster, play more confident, and start to ask those questions. Because when you ask Polina the questions, sometimes she won't have the answers.
It's true. Can't answer them all. But if you are looking to play chess, we do have an answer for you. There is a special tournament happening later today. Please do get involved and join us for the first ever Spirit Day chess tournament in partnership with GLAD. In support of queer youth within the chess community, Chess.com is hosting a 2-hour Blitz Arena with prizes for top finishers this evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. To learn more about our partnership with GLAD and how to join the Spirit Day tournament, use the command SPIRIT in chat now. We're heading to break, and when we return, the time controls get shorter in the championship match between Levy Rozman and Polina Shuvalova. We'll be right back.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Alright, that's my move. Oh yeah, do you want to be black? Okay. We have a No Boys Allowed chess club because it feels like in chess sometimes there's too many boys who are just, you know, critical or judgmental. It's a pretty intimidating space, or it can be when you go to a chess club and there's no other girls there. So we want this to be a place where girls feel comfortable playing chess. It doesn't matter if you're good or a beginner. That's what the chess cave is for.
You've seen the Speed Chess Championship. Now it's time for the rest of us to get a turn. With no grandmasters allowed, it's the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Watch your favorite chess personalities duke it out in Chess.com's exciting speed chess format. There will be brilliancies.
Levy stacking another pawn. Bishop c3 and rook a1. No, rook a1.
There will be blunders.
No, no.
He fell for it!
See old rivalries.
This is how on.
New foes. With a $15,000 prize pool, who will take home the crown this year?
He's up 8-0 and he resigns.
Polina Shuvalova, she moves on to the final.
The IMSCC starts right now.
And we return here in the I'm Not GM Speed Chess Championship. Polina Shuvalova leads Levy Rosen by 3 points. But Levy, he's been here before. In fact, in the semifinals against Greg Shahade, he also trailed by up to 3 points. So, with his work cut out for him, we know that he's capable, and Casa, most importantly, he knows that he's capable.
Yeah, and he was trailing 3 points going into the bullet segment, and he still has a 3+1 segment to play through right now. So I think, everything's in front of him, and really there's so much match left. He's won every game where he's put pressure on Polina on the clock, and I think that's really going to be the key.
What could be dangerous for Levy is Polina herself said that she's not so familiar with the 5-minute time control. Now that she's in her element, the Title Tuesday time control, they can just go at it, and we have Caracan number 5.
Here we go. It's we're getting close to that over/under, Robert. I'm actually starting to feel good about these lines I've set. But we had this version of the position before, this line where you play c5 in the advance really early. In a previous edition, that white queen got to the g4 square through a really savvy maneuver with c3, queen a4, and queen g4. I do not think Levy's going to allow it this time.
Well, look at this. Instead of playing c3, Polina castles first, and only now plays c3 after Levy committed his queen to c7. So I like this queen a4 check idea going over to the g4 square. Might not be necessary, though, because black is lagging behind in development.
Yeah, and again, I think really the problem for black in these positions is the pawn on e5 serves a very annoying wedge for attacking chances, and so you don't feel good about castling there on the king side. Black will have to delay it by making these moves like knight f5 or bishop b7 or d7 as Levy's making right now, and he's gonna keep his key on e8 for longer than you think.
This does not look very pleasant, at least to my eyes, for black. c4 given a question mark, but it is a very natural move. I think the reason why the engine doesn't like it is after pawn takes c4, you either carve out the d5 square. Wow, okay, that move I am surprised by, because I learned that when you have this type of position, you want it to be open for black, not closed in the center like this.
Yeah, and I think the problem here for black is how are you going to unravel your minor pieces? Both the bishop on d7, the knight on e7, and then that bishop on f8, they all basically needed some life. I would have put the bishop on the c6 square and not... Oh, Robert, we have to point out, that bishop on f4 allowed this move f5 to be played. It was like a one-stop shop opportunity where the bishop on f4 would have been hanging, and so the queen could have taken. There was no en passant. So that was a bit of a miss there, but just so tough to see. This is 3+1, folks.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. So instructive that I'm going to ask for an analysis board for the first time today, because black is cramped, lacking oxygen in the position. So if we go back to that moment, bishop f4 was given an X because f5, as Casa points out, the bishop is loose. Normally you just take en passant, you open the position up, but here you would drop that bishop on f4. So Casa, well spotted by you. That was one opportunity for black to gain some critical space. Instead in the game, we saw natural looking development, but as white pushes the black pieces back, f5 no longer works the same, because when white takes en passant here, then this bishop on e7 is loose. So once you take on f4, I take on e7, and clearly white is the side for choice with the black king being hunted.
Yeah, and now that was basically, that little opportunity was missed, it's really hard to figure out again, where's this king on e8 going? how is black going to generate play? A4 I like from a practical standpoint. You're basically spoiling the structure, white structure that is, on the queen side, and maybe you have some avenues in with some knight A5 or rook B2 at some point. Although I love a rook B1, rook B5 exchange sacrifice at some point. I feel like it could be on the cards one day.
I'm partial to that as well. The queen comes up to D3 saying, Levy, do you want to castle in this game? I don't think right now, because his bishop and queen were lined up for checkmate. And Casa, rook
Here we
B1,
go. Here we go.
Step 1. Here comes rook B5.
The other thing about that idea, by the way, is that bishop on C6 is probably black's strongest minor piece right now. Oh my god, please, play rook B5. Polina, play rook B5. All right, she's preparing it. Okay, that's allowed. We can prepare it. The knight can come to e4, but rook b5 is begging to be played. You get a protected passer, you fix your pawn structure, and boom, it's on the board.
And you deserve a huge shout out, double exclamation point, and it's deserved because this move says, I am giving up a rook for a bishop. That sounds like a bad trade. You're undoubling your pawns this way, getting a protected pass pawn, and in a closed position, rooks aren't necessarily worth more than minor pieces. We say rooks are 5, knights are 3, but when it's closed, knights are actually good, and this bishop on c2, it could go out to the a4 square at some point, and the black king could be in danger. And watch out for queen h7 here.
Yeah, again, these are protected passers, these A and B pawns. Robert, in the previous game, before the end of the 5+1 segment, you were just demonstrating these wonderfully aesthetic lines with sacking the rook and having 2 pawns on the 6th rank. These pawns aren't that far away, so A4 would be my option every day of the week, just to make sure those pawns are connected, and then that queen on C7 will be tethered to the A5 square.
And look at Polina go retreating bishop d2 because her queen now stares up into the position. The black queen slides back and she goes after a different pawn. Look at black's loose position here. And here comes the a pawn that you call for. And by the way, Casa, look at the clock.
My goodness. I mean, this is really, really beautiful strategic play. And she's up on time. Again, that is the key. If Polina's up on time, you have to like her chances. And it's because she's getting really great positions that she can navigate well. Now, that queen trade, I wouldn't have gone for. That king on d7 was exposed and vulnerable. Although, practically speaking now, these pawns should still rule the day right now. Rule the day. They are dominant.
And another passed pawn for good measure. So white has a passed A pawn, a passed B pawn, and a passed H pawn. I see the engine saying that black is okay here. I think practically speaking, it's such a difficult position, but bishop g5 is a good start, Casa, because you're trying to eliminate white's grasp of this a5 square.
Something has changed a little bit here because a few moves ago, I didn't think we had to even remotely be worried about black's central pawns becoming menacing, and now they're kind of becoming menaces to society. Now that bishop has left the e1, a5 diagonal, how do you push a5? You don't. So it's going to be tricky conversion, although now c5 looks like it's dropping off.
Well, e5 also dropping off. You can choose how you want to capture in this position. I think that that's a critical pawn, and also the b pawn can be escorted to the other side. She takes on g5. We see the engine. It's saying not the best choice, but still good enough at this stage. And how is Polina going to do? Is it the h pawn? Is it the b pawn? Is it the a pawn? Which one?
Robert, h6, h7 looked really nice to me because h8 queen results in a fork.
Ooh, that is really actually nasty to uncover there. So king d6 by Levy, that's a good move. The knight comes to c6. Now a6, a7 will be defended.
Yeah, and bishop d3, just defend that c4 pawn, keep everything under control. Again, that a6 now, we're at that point now, 2 connected passers on the 6th rank. We talked about it already, the 6th of the 3rd. It's just a problem, folks. It's a huge problem.
And h7 is available if this knight retreats. The f5 pawn drops. So Levy loses on time, but he also lost on the board. Rook b5. A shot heard around the world because she sacrificed the rook! And Levy, he might have to talk about that one. But right now, he needs to let his moves do the talking, Casa. He's down by 4 points.
And is that Caro-Kann number 6? I mean, I'm telling you, this could have been called the Caro-Kann Invitational because that is the vibes we're on right now. We got a totally new setup. F3 is an aggressive line. The fantasy variation is what it's called. I do not know why it's called that way, but it is kind of fantastical. Again, you're pushing the F pawn that early, but you're trying to maintain the center. I think this is up Levy's wheelhouse stylistically, so I'm a fan.
What I'm a fan of, though, in quicker time controls is making my opponent prove that they have compensation, because compensation is often quite vague. What does that really mean? How do they seize control of the board in a way that compensates for a pawn? And here, black is up a pawn, and the question becomes, does Levy have enough? And for Polina, what does she do about her development? Because right now, she is behind.
Yeah, usually for compensation for me, and I think for folks at home that are trying to think about it, I think if you have 2 or other 3 elements in your favor, it kind of justifies it. So if you have central control, that might be one thing in your favor, and I think white definitely did before Polina's really brilliant expansion in the center just now. I would have said for sure that would have been compensation. If you have a lead in development, that's another thing. And so I think there is compensation just based on those 2 factors. Then the queen was chased around a bunch. That's another thing. White's rooks are connected. That's kind of another thing. And so there definitely is compensation, but the question is there more than that?
And now it's actually material equality, because after this pawn took on d5, Polina says, let me get my king to safety. And now that we see these pawns swap off, it is even material, but it's not a completely balanced position. We have another game, Casa, where this pawn is on f3, so the dark squares might be a long-term issue for white to deal with.
Yeah, and again, I mean, can you give me some lottery numbers? Because just prophetic stuff, that f3 pawn sticks out like a sore thumb the longer the game goes on. And, you know, Polina's managed to navigate the mess that Levy basically initiated from the jump very, very nicely. A thing you see strong players do a lot is punt on the material to catch up in another arena, and it was the development. She punted on the pawn to catch him on development, and now all of a sudden her rooks are connected. She has a pawn that's in the center. Everything is kind of making sense.
It is indeed, and what's problematic for white is, like in the Scandinavian, when you have these pawns disconnected like this because the knight's on c3, black may stick a knight on c4 at the right moment. So first, she trades on d3. Now, she can play very simple chess here. Put a rook on e8, put a rook on d8. I would definitely take black's position, and this pawn on f3, it is not on a good square.
Yeah, and now, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to expand. Rook d8 makes a lot of sense. I would have gone knight b6 and kind of caught the rook, left the rook hanging on b7 for a little while, but don't play knight b6 now. Queen takes 7. Queen takes f7 would be checkmate in 2. So queen c4 is a really smart move, and that's why you're seeing the exclam there. It freezes that knight on d7.
Fantastic move from Levy, because this position was heading in Polina's direction. Knight d5 is a nice response, cutting off the diagonal, threatening this bishop on e3, and if knight takes and the pawn takes back, that would be good. But this apparently was a blunder. So Casa, bishop d2, a normal-looking move. It's a retreating move. Apparently, Polina could take advantage.
Yeah, not sure the refutation of this one yet. I'm guessing maybe there's a capture on d4, and then the rook on e8 opens up, but I'm not seeing the final death knell here.
I like e takes d4 because white has to play knight e4, and the queen does have an escape square via a3. So that's one opportunity. Another is maybe your move, knight to b6, to trap that rook in there. You can choose either knight, and d4 will drop in most of these positions. So this is starting to be very pleasant for Polina.
And Robert, if that queen drops back to like d3 or something, does queen a6 trap the rook? Question mark.
Oh, so you just go back here and the rook is stuck.
Yeah.
Ooh, that could be an issue. So queen d3 does keep an eye on the a6 square.
Queen a6. The rook is caught.
Oh, and she finds it. And Levy, he's going to lose the rook. And, you know, sometimes we joke, we like to imitate people that we respect, but I'm not going to shout about the rook this time. That rook is just gone.
Yeah, and again, all of white's pieces are kind of just loose. Like the bishop on d2 is also unprotected. The knights on c3 and e2 are a little bit clumsy. So even if the rook could somehow navigate to a safe square, like if you could pick up the rook on b7 like you've done in previous instances and just put it on c1, for instance, it would still be a problematic position because white's piece in the center are not coordinated well.
And so there was a capture on d5, but after pawn takes, as you mentioned, the rook is hanging, and if you save the rook, down goes the knight on e2. Exactly your point. And after rook takes b6, I think she should take this knight, because the bishop and the rook are both hanging.
That is super savvy, and she has the time to think and figure this out. She's up on time again.
She is going to take this knight because it wins her a full piece, which is better than a rook for a minor. And unfortunately for Levy, he's down to 15 seconds. He might need to throw in the towel because that is a full piece. And now Polina Shuvalova is up by 5 points in the match.
Yeah, and don't discount confidence and momentum. Okay, we have a shift from the Caro-Kann to an Owens defense. I was going to say French because it started with e6, but then it went to b6, and this combination is the Owens defense. Robert, I know you are not a fan of the French. Are you a fan of the Owens?
I actually play the Owens sometimes in online Blitz and Bullet, but Lawrence tried this against Polina. So Polina undoubtedly has looked at it since that match, and we see her get the bishop pair once again. She can safely castle her king. This battery on the diagonal here, if the knight moves, it could be a checkmate, but this bishop can slide back. I just like this for white.
This was giving me Scandi vibes because we had this bishop b4 takes c3 position in the Scandinavian earlier, and that was actually one of the games Levy actually had the upper hand for basically almost all of it. And in that position, the d4 pawn was a bit loose. Polina went for early d5 break, and in that game, Levy also castled long. So I'm wondering if he's actually going to look to maybe quickly develop the knight to c6 and castle long and generate that pressure on d4. There are tactics because the queen on g6 and the bishop on b7 are bearing down on g2.
And so knight h4, if the queen e4, you lose the game because the bishop would go out to f3. The bishop still could go out to f3. Don't tell me this would be a draw by repetition. That would be something.
I think I'd be surprised. I would be surprised, but that definitely is an option here. Bishop d2, yeah.
Ooh.
Sensible.
Casa, no, not only is it sensible, it's brilliant, because knight h4 would now force queen... Let's get an analysis board here.
That's disgusting.
This move is so clever. If we just make a very logical looking move like castle's kingside, knight h4, you don't have any of these squares available to you, so queen goes to e4, and bishop f3 hits the queen and the bishop behind it. So take my knight, I get your bishop, and then your rook. That is really savvy stuff.
That actually kind of deserves an exclam, the bishop d2 move, even though, it didn't register as such. That's a really, really strong move. And then now the pawn on d4 is more secure with the c3 move. So everything's kind of covered, and white is definitely for choice. And it's impressive stuff. Although I love Levy's decision to castle long, it's what he has to do to justify the play. And I think there's still some drama to be had on g2 because of that battery.
And there will be some cool tactics available. This is Polina's style, right? Levy, you're trying to checkmate me. You need some wins. Let's get those queens off the board and see who's better. Knight e4 says no queen trade for you. F5 can always be a follow-up, but I would just move my bishop out the way, probably to f4, and I can always drop back, park it on g3 if I need to make my king feel safer. Yeah,
it just gives you an extra layer of security, little picnic blanket, it's a little nice thing to lie on and be secure. And essentially here, the queen trade was probably objectively Levy's best choice, but for the match situation and from the stylistic perspective, it's not the ideal choice. So queen f6, another excellent move. And here we go. We're having a mess right now. Knight takes d4, bishop a6, I think it's the only move, Robert.
No way. And
you gotta do it.
She didn't plan this. That's clear because she's paused. But knight takes d4 earned an exclamation point. And your point, Casa, the bishop and the knight are loose and black just stole a pawn. She finds bishop a6. And that move is fantastic.
Now, to be honest, I don't know what happens next because everything is hanging. The rook on f1 will be loose in a second. Do you move that after the bishop takes on a6? Do you take on the knight on d4? It's so messy. I think you have to take the knight on d4, but I'm afraid to evaluate this.
Well, the good news for white is that you're going to be up a minor piece for a pawn, and after bishop takes f1, I think we take back, and if rook takes d4, this is my essential point, that there's a queen a8 check, and your rook is loose on the other side. So it's getting really messy. We could get a position, Casa, where black has a rook and two pawns for two minor pieces. That's about even by point value, but it really depends on the ensuing position.
Yeah, I feel like, because of that, you have to take with the queen on d4, right? In that line that you're describing to invite a queen trade, and then you take the sting out of queen a8 check if the rooks are still protected, and, the rook on h8 specifically would be protecting that line. I actually prefer the 2 rooks there, but okay, that's a moot point. This is a totally different position.
Okay, so queen g4 is now met by rook takes d4. This is clever stuff, which means that d5... If she plays d5 here and is able to keep her extra piece, I don't know what's going to stop her. And she plays queen f4.
This, folks, is human play. Queen f4. I mean, basically, that was a tough move to play under duress. And look at this. Levy is now up on the clock. And that, again, has been the telltale sign of who wins and loses these games. As Polina gets lower, she'll have to make some tough decisions here. And Levy's pieces are starting to work. That bishop on b7, still looking at g2. Levy's getting a piece back right now. It's just a question of how.
The reason why is if this bishop c3 looks like it's good for white, because both rooks are under attack, but look at Levy. If we can, I don't know if we have time for an analysis board, but I'm going to bring it up very, very quickly that at this stage, bishop takes h4 looks like a free rook, but you get checkmated because I steal your pawn, I go right back, and then I bring my rook up here, and you can only block with your rook because I stole your pawn, and that would have been checkmate. So a brilliant save there from Levy. The tactics worked in his favor. And let's get to the live board quickly. As Polina, she is now down several pawns. She is trying to save this game. Casa, do you believe in the drawing chances of the opposite colored bishops?
I don't, because heavy pieces are on the board. When you have a rook on the board or a queen, these positions don't have the same drawing tendencies you'd imagine otherwise. And now these light squares are super weak. I'd walk this king. King c6, king b5, king a4. Why would you trade rooks, though? Why trade rooks right now? You didn't need to do it.
You just said the presence of the heavy pieces gave black better chances. And king to e3, unfortunately, it looks like the black king is in now. a4 was necessary from Polina move ago, but she's got 2 seconds. Can hardly blame her for not finding all of the accurate defensive moves.
Yeah, and it seems like there will be enough, because now it'll be 3 pawns?
3 pawns indeed. Although, how do you win this game? Because a6, bishop c7, b5, I've stopped all of your pawns.
Yeah, although there's going to be some breakthrough eventually with e5, and then if f takes e5, f4, right?
Okay, the engine's not liking bishop e5, but that's not the move. So
king b1, now your king can actually migrate towards the queen side, or sorry, the king side.
You're going to give up the a pawn, bring your king back around, and then go after these pawns over here. That's really smart.
The problem essentially is that even though the pawns right now are both protected on they can be protected on f4 and h4, eventually there will be some lever connected to e5. And that e5 break is going to result in either the h-pawn dropping or the black f-pawn becoming a new potential queen if white ever plays f takes e5. And so that's essentially what Levy has to navigate here. Keep the pawns protected and then walk the king over, and that's what he's doing. Now e5.
E5. Well timed by Levy. Great explanation from you. And this should be a winning endgame because the white king and bishop can't defend on both sides of the board very easily.
Yeah, and there's this concept, isn't it, like of the pants or something, like pants legs? It's like
trousers.
As long as the trousers, right? As long as the trousers can be contained, then the bishop kind of has its day, but not today.
Not today. It is now 7-3. Levy Rosman gets a much-needed victory. He shakes his head a bit, but I thought he played that game extremely well. He created the complications, and he was able to come out on top.
And I think we have Carol Khan number 6 or 7 here. 7?
I'm losing track, honestly, but the Carol Khan is the opening of the day.
Yeah, so basically this line we have not seen before. This advance with h4 is really, really fun. And leads to really aggressive attacking positions for white. c4, this is an incredibly dangerous move. I've actually looked at this, Robert. You can take on b2 and get these, and try to grab that pawn, but the positions are so dangerous to defend. And so I think this is exactly to Levy's liking. And essentially you play knight gf3, you castle, and you just try to break through in the center and jump on black before he's developed.
And this bishop on g5 is in a perfect location. It can't be kicked out by a pawn very easily. You're never playing f6 and inviting the queen in. And so that's going to be a thorn in black's side. But Levy, I think his preparation finished at that moment. He went for a think here, and he made an inaccurate move, but one that still gives white a good-looking position.
You know what's funny? Knight e2 actually is the move in some positions where black takes on b2. And so I think maybe Levy was just imagining it being the same position, but you could actually have developed it to the more active square on f3 because the pawn on b2 wasn't captured, and then that defends the e5 pawn. So this is a better version for Polina than you typically get here. And again, if black can get the queens off the board, then you start to feel the e5 pawn is overextended, that there might be some targets in the position. But with those queens on the board, it's just, black is literally holding on to for dear life.
And Levy's fortunate that d3 doesn't win on the spot because queen a4 check would turn the tables. This king is mated thanks to this bishop on g5. So you have to take this pawn on d5 with the knight. It's so tempting to go for d3, trying to get this fork in, but you actually lose the game if you make that push.
Yeah, and knight takes e5. Now the knight on d5 is really nicely cemented. You're going to block this check with queen c6. And again, if those queens come off the board, the worst is over.
Doesn't this remind you of the first game of the match? Where
the split
Levy,
pawns?
with the white pieces, created those split pawns, and he was able to play a really nice game before Polina was able to turn it around in Levy's time trouble.
Yeah, it actually does. King d7 is getting a question mark, but a lot of times you learn you don't actually need to castle if the queens are off the board because the king will ultimately start to move along to the center anyway. The reason it's maybe not ideal here is because that king actually can be harassed, and we see it. Knight b3 is an excellent move. Knight e4 is in the agenda, and with the knight on e4 also in the center there, the c5 square will be very, very sensitive. And this rook lift, rook h3 is also an incredibly clever move because you can slide along the third rank and make some stuff happen.
Yeah, this rook could even slide over to a3 after this knight goes into c5 as it has. I would be capturing this knight. I don't want to allow both knights to plant themselves into the heart of my position. So I would capture this knight, but clearly white is better. It's about proving it at this stage.
I guess you could say Polina likes nightmares.
Oh, did you just take one from Danya's book?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again this match. Moving on. Yeah, this rook on h3 needs to slide into action. I don't know if it's d3 or f3 or b3, but all of white's pieces seem to be working, except that rook and maybe even that bishop on g5. If the bishop on b6 ever captured on c5, you will see a bishop d2 to a5 check sighting, and I think that would be a wrap. So that's why Polina's actually not taking anymore.
She's playing very good defense at this stage. It's clearly better for white, but the advantage has remained the same. Not much to it at this stage. A4 is one of these moves that you want to play, but you're worried that you're going to lose that pawn in short order. So rook to b8. Kas, I have to say, Polina, she's playing really stubborn defense.
Yeah, and that knight on d5 is the real MVP of the defense here because it's entrenched in the center. It can't be shifted, and that's essentially what's holding the position together. Although still, you have to like Levy's chances here, and he just got to play a little bit faster, put the pressure on the clock, and I think good things will happen. Although now Polina has maximized as much as she could on the queen side and decides it's time to go for some exchanges.
Remember how we talked about the e5 pawn being overextended can be vulnerable? Here it's starting to look that way a bit, and this knight is attacked once. If you could attack it again, it's kind of... Oh, it has the e4 square, so I would say it was trapped. But no, it is not trapped. And bishop d2 did take away this rook coming to a5.
Yeah, it's a weird position, actually, because both sides have their weaknesses. Like, the e5 pawn could be a bit of a target. So could the a4 pawn. But the minor pieces can't really be shifted from both sides, right? The knights on d5 and f5 are really entrenched. And the knight on c5 was actually not a bad piece either. So I actually don't know like who I'd rather have in a practical game.
I think I prefer black's position just because of all of white's pawns being on dark squares and the bishop is a defensive piece. And king d2 play, the engine does not approve. I
think it's just because piece trades favor black, right? maybe rook b3 I thought was more to the point. Is f7 just hanging?
F7 is hanging, but she's going after e5?
No, she's going rook d5 check. She's going to get on the offensive, right? Oh, no. Okay.
I don't know what's going on here. That's clear.
Knight takes e5 is not a threat, right? Because bishop f4 would pin. So really well spotted rook c4, noticing that I don't even have to defend e5.
And at some moment, knight h8 to go after the g6 pawn could be annoying here. So king e2, knight takes e5, as you said, not an option with bishop f4 available. But now knight d4 check. Where's this king going?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. This knight getting to b3 is pretty annoying because it kind of looks at the bishop on c1. There's maybe some rook b1 ideas. These knights are jumping, and this is a little bit dangerous now because, again, Polina's up on the clock in the ensuing time trouble, but maybe I'm speaking too soon. 19, 18, 17.
And she goes after the rook. The rook slides back. She can go knight d4 again, but she wants more. She might be playing for win despite being down a pawn because the white king is in what looks like a mating net, but black's pawns might fall off.
And I think what she's noticing now is rook d4, knight d4 allows rook d2 just trading, and all these endgames are going to be winning for white.
Yes, and knight to c4 played. This pawn at e6 is dropping because the knight is kicked out of d4. Levy's about to take a second game in a row.
Yeah, and he's up on the clock, which is a great sign. He's basically going Pac-Man with these pawns. This knight just taking all the pawns. And just the a pawn to navigate. That is knight c4 is a really tricky move. Bring the king in. Now the e5 pawn hangs. It's a different game. It's a different game. Now the pawns are being targeted.
All of them, because knight e3 check to f5 will go after these pawns over here, and she goes in that direction. Apparently that was a mistake. I was looking that way too. But I thought that the pawns would get frozen, and maybe that's not enough.
That now in h5 is covering all of the pawns. And now e2, all the pawns are covered.
It was able to work back, and that is going to be good enough for Levy. He's keeping pace on the clock, and it's Polina who's down to her final second.
Yeah, now knight g1 just covering all the pawns, and that's smooth sailing. You can't actually improve without pushing the pawn, without allowing the white pawns to push, and that's what's happening. h6, h7, queen.
And look at Levy with the fist pump there. You can see how much it means to him. He was down by 5. He's trimmed it to 3. He is right back in this match.
Yeah, the comeback trail has begun. And let's not forget, Levy is, I would dare say, a favorite in the bullet portion. So he was trailing by 3 points in his match against Greg Shahade, and ultimately managed to equalize extremely quickly. I think, honestly, if it's in that 2 to 3 game margin, he'll still have excellent chances in the bullet.
I'm with you there, Levy. He is down by just 3 points. He can breathe a sigh of relief because he's in striking distance. And in this current position, Levy played g6 on move 1. He fianchettoed his bishop early. I would say that he has a good fight. This is one of those positions where you just take what's in front of you. It's not theoretical, and it's going to be the side who plays better who will be able to obtain the upper hand.
Yeah, and I think also it takes real humility to switch gears when something isn't working in the middle of a match. That Caro-Kann, that advanced business with c5, it just wasn't working. And so now he's just moving around just a little bit, keeping Polina guessing. And, it's hard to react when someone's posing these concrete challenges. And I love this queen h4 move because it looks at the e4 pawn, looks at h3 in some positions. And Polina's trying to stabilize. She's trying to trade pieces and essentially just keep things under control because she feels she's losing it.
She still is up 3 points, but the trend has been going in Levy's direction. Shout out to nearly 30K of you watching across all platforms, whether it's Twitch, YouTube. I don't know. We're on TikTok. I'm old. I don't follow this stuff.
We have all the things. All the things.
Yeah,
Robert.
we have all the things. And for those of you who are watching, let us know. Do you think that Levy can come back? Because Polina was up by 5. Many of you were thinking that she would run away with this title. Now Levy is back to a familiar territory. He was down by 3 points against Greg Shahade. He won that semifinal to earn his spot here. And guys, I have to say, rook e5, an excellent move from Levy. Neither side wants to budge in the center.
Yeah, it's so funny because both sides are doing what they do best. I think Levy's keeping the queens on, entertaining attacking chances with h5, h4. Polina played an early b4 and then a4, a5, fixing the queenside pawns of black on light squares. So if the queens do come off the board and there's a skirmish, those pawns on the queen side might ultimately be targets for the white bishop. So both sides are basically doing what they do best, and there's also good clock management here, so I'm curious to see what happens next.
Okay, g3 played. After h4, we will see g4 as a response. I don't like the look of giving the black queen the f4 square. So, Casa, is there a world where she allows white this pawn to be captured on g3 and white's pawn structure ISO in the center?
Yeah, it's basically like make a decision from two really not undesirable options. I think I'm going to keep the pawns tethered together, and I'm going to go g4 and cringe that I basically create this Swiss cheese dynamic. But okay, Polina goes for another route. I guess she's going to take on g3 with the f pawn, but I don't love that. She could take with the rook too, but again, that f4 square weak, very available essentially. So yeah, but maybe rook takes g3 is the sensible choice. I would have taken with the f pawn like she did.
This position is starting to look very good for black. You talked about this earlier. It's about pawn islands. White has 3 pawn islands from the A through C file. The E pawn isolated means that white needs to use all of her pieces to defend it, and then the 2 over here. Meanwhile, black has just 2 pawn islands and has the bathtub formation. That's what I like to call this here. This bathtub formation, usually very solid, hard to get at. I like Levy's position, and this could be a 3rd straight win if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, and I must say, if the queen trade does actually happen on black's terms with queen takes f6, check, king takes f6, we might have a king of the hill sighting, because that king could just install itself on e5 and really be pretty cemented. It's like almost like an outpost for the king. I do like this h4 move, though. The idea just basically carving out some dark squares, preventing further encroachments for black. If the black had any ideas of g5 or some rook h8, rook h5, you're just making it a little bit trickier. So there's a tension here. Both sides don't want to trade queens on their opponent's terms, so they're guys chilling, and it's a kind of a tug of war to see who's going to blink first.
And we see the rooks go up and back for both sides. Levy, he's down to 40 seconds to Polina's minute and a half. I could see him trying to make a draw by repetition, but he goes queen to e5. I like this. No, white does not want to trade queens. That's taking on black's terms, and this isolated pawn will be bad. And as you keep noting, black does not want to take on d4 because you fix white's pawn structure in the center. Watch out, though. There's a shot on h4 there.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a little tickling happening here, but I don't think you want to continue to keep your king on h2, because rook takes h4 continues to be that idea. And are we going to get our first repetition of the match?
I feel like this is one of our first draws of the match. I don't remember any other ones, but a draw does feel like a fair result at this stage. And if I'm Polina, oh, she plays on. I don't like that choice. She is playing with fire right now.
She's making the decision based on the clock times, though, and I got to respect it. If she's up on the clock, she feels like she has some chance. And no, we're going to get the repetition. I think that was an important game for Polina, though. She had lost 2 in a row. The momentum was kind of swinging away from her. She stemmed the tide. And now Levy going deep into the bag, and now going for knight c3, f4. We're getting a Vienna.
Levy taught a lot of players for PogChamps, taught them the Vienna. It's a very dangerous opening for both sides. The reason why is white is missing this very critical f-pawn. It opens this diagonal from h4 to e1, also opens the other diagonal for where white usually castles. But we see that white has the lead in development. Queen is out. Bishop can join the party. King can castle long, and it's the black king that can come under fire.
And I think it portends perfectly to Levy's style, and that's why Polina's like, we're going to trade queens and get you to my territory. So it's so funny, the tug of war that's happening now. You see, Levy likes these attacking positions, Polina likes the technical positions, and she's going to get the position she wants this game.
But this looks like it's backfired for Levy then, because the queen trade can happen. This bishop right now can go out to f5 if you want. I don't think I would take on c2. That's playing in Levy style, as you mentioned. But Polina, she plays it safely. She now can take this pawn on e5 as the knight is no longer pinned.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart choice not to take on c2. Not all pawns are created equal, and development, king safety, those things matter a bit more. And so I think she's making the right choice to steer it towards those technical waters. Again, we have this queen tension. Neither side really wants to take, and you see if black takes on f3, basically helping to develop white's knight. So that's basically why you're seeing this this little standoff situation here. And the question is, what do you do about your d5 pawn, because it is hanging now that white castled?
It's hanging through the queens. a6 played. If bishop takes, the d5 pawn is defended, but that could leave black with a poor light square bishop. I would go for that. I would trade queens. I would take this knight and then just develop my knight out to e2 and say some of these dark squares are looking pretty juicy. That knight is awfully hoppy.
Yeah, the knight definitely can nestle itself on f4 or d4. But I think Polina will be able to handle this pretty reasonably. I mean, I think you develop your bishop, you play rook d8. It looks a little bit like a Berlin to me, to be honest. We see this in the Ruy Lopez sometimes, where black has the two bishops and a weird king position, but the queens are off, so it's not a huge deal. And yeah, I think you just keep the bishops here. You just go bishop d7.
I thought the knight would get more access, and now that it hasn't been able to land on a good square in enemy territory, I'm starting to like Polina's position, because the bishop pair is stronger, this e5 pawn is loose, and in some of these endgames, Casa, you brought this up several times today, look at these double pawns over here. That is bad news if, say, all the pieces, the ones I'm putting in red, the minor pieces and the rooks, if those are off the board, black could just be winning in the ensuing position.
Yeah, no question about it. Although, rook f1, do you think the idea there is to go rook f4 and take that e4 pawn? Because it's a move that makes sense, but there's a little bit of greed in that and a little bit of a compromising of coordination. I'm not sure if that's the way to go. And also, black can still castle long. Let's not forget, this bishop coming to d7 actually does facilitate that possibility, and I'm not so sure it'd be ideal for white to start to hunt for that e4 pawn.
Well, she starts with bishop h3, asking that rook, where are you going? Rook f2 looks natural to me, but then rook d8. You can't castle queenside. That's one annoying thing, just because the f7 pawn will hang. Although if you play rook e1, then I might reconsider and castle. But rook f2 protects the rook, keeps knight on f7, and rook d8 would be my follow-up. It looks like the Berlin, and much like these Berlin endgames, if you're not getting the activity you need, I would say black is the side for choice.
Yeah, and it's basically like a Berlin with the better pawn structure for the black side, right? So yeah. That's kind of the difference here. But Levy keeping pieces on the board. Rook e1, not trying to trade any rooks right now. Every piece trade will favor black, and that's kind of the dynamic. I think we could say in almost every game between Levy and Polina. Piece trades favor Polina, initiative favors Levy.
And h5, speaking of initiative, Polina wants to throw that pawn forward, but knight f5 happens at an inopportune moment for Polina. Her bishop is hanging. This pawn on g7 is loose. Is she going to play bishop f8? But
oh my goodness. She's thinking it's a Berlin. All the pieces here, with the exception of that bishop on h3, are oriented like a Berlin. Even this h5 move, there's so many positions in the Berlin where the rook activates along the h-file. The problem is this e4 pawn is just dropping off.
And rook takes e4 is played, and I think that Polina has little choice but to boot this knight out of g6. But that gives white the f6 square in the near future to take advantage of. I do not like this for Polina. She's down to 20 seconds. She needs to find a move now.
Yeah, I'm getting major Swiss cheese vibes here. I mean, the f6 square, the h6 square, the g7 square, there's all very, very soft and hard for hard for black to finish the development too.
And rook to d7, quickly played. She has the light squares under her control. This bishop can slide back to e6, and let's not forget that white's extra pawn, its presence not entirely felt at the moment, is this doubled pawn on c3. So white does need to be accurate, otherwise the advantage is out the window.
I would go b4 to just make it difficult for black to finish their development. And the point is, I'm cool with bishop e7 and trading the dark square bishops, but not anything else.
You called it. Played, and then Polina quickly scoots her bishop back to e6. The king goes out to b2 and c5 played. She wants to open up this bishop. a3 seems very sensible.
Yeah, and now d6 is a major weakness for later in the game. Don't be surprised if a knight gets there one day. c5 was a bit of a risky choice.
Well, Polina, with little time on her clock, she goes for activity. The knight goes back to g2, so likely up to f4. And, well, the advantage is going up and up in Levy's favor. This king might be checkmated on e8.
Yeah, it's just exposed. It's a dangerous spot. Bishop h6, very sneakily attacking d2. Again, look at the time. Look at the time.
And she tries to use the presence of the bishops of opposite color to give herself drawing chances. What she needs is her king on c8. If her king were on c8, I would say she's got good chances to hold. Right now, I'm worried because at some moment... that I don't like.
And now the king gets out. Now the king gets out. There are some drawing chances now. Although the a5 here, the presence of heavy pieces, the presence of rooks means this is not a simple hold whatsoever. Although rook c6 now maybe forced to trade rook c7, rook d7, trading those rooks.
Right? You said rooks. She says what rooks? And now it's Levy who has less time. And if he's not careful, b takes a4, and black can play for a win.
And I think Polina can make moves faster, just shuffling the bishop.
And the a file will open up here. But the king... Oh, no!
The king is just going to take everything.
Oh, my goodness. And whose pawns will run faster? I think black says g5 and h4.
Oh, my goodness. G5.
She's going after the pawn directly. She wants it. She doesn't want to... But now...
the king's active. Oh, my God. This is a race.
How do you go? b7, you have to take it.
You have to take it.
Oh
my God.
The black pawn?
Two connected pawns. The bishop on d6 is out of the game.
Oh my goodness. She's trying to use the h-pawn. It's
over.
Oh
my God. h3, h2.
You can't stop it. Here they come.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
my goodness.
And the bishop and the pawns are perfect squares. That is the worst part for Levy.
Oh my God. All right, that is a major turning point. Polina won a time scramble where she was initially down. That has not happened yet, and that is a massive, massive momentum shift.
And the reason that she was able to not just survive but even win is because Levy allowed that king and then the black rook to escape by trading on d7. So that's a moment that Levy will certainly regret. And now he's back to his kind of cagey openings. He's playing in my style, sort of the hippo, the rat, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't look very nice in general, but it's tricky in blitz chess.
Yeah, and Levy needs to snatch back that momentum because it's a 4-point deficit. Although this position is very, very dangerous for black because white is going to connect their rooks first. They're going to castle long. And there are a lot of pieces in the center that are whites. And a lot of black's pieces are still on the 8th rank.
And by a lot, you're talking about these that I'm putting in red. A completely underdeveloped situation for black. And castle queenside, bishop e4. The light squares are whites for the taking. I think black might lose an exchange quite quickly.
Yeah, there are tactics galore here. F4, it's so funny. So often, when you talk to people, you say you play on the side that you're better. And this white was better in the center, but just castling would have been much better move in that position than playing F4. Although you still have to like white's chances given all the open lines.
Yeah, for a speed chess game, I'd rather have the safer king rather than the extra material. And we see bishop e4 played, staring at this rook in the corner. The rook should probably move. Don't go to a7. That would be a sloppy square as white castles and there's too much pressure down the d-file. I just feel like black's position is much more challenging to work with.
Yeah, and bishop c6 is also really tricky. You pin that knight on d7. You ask a question to that bishop on e5 would actually be de facto unprotected. And... yeah, they're still castling long on the agenda.
Bishop c6 is an excellent move right now. And with Polina out to a 4-point lead once again, she would love to make it 5. And Levy, he can't tilt. That last game is going to frustrate him. He was actually the one up a pawn, and yet he lost it. But he can't just throw in the towel. He needs to keep fighting. Rook d1, another good move. I'm worried about black's king.
Why rook d1 and not castles long? Is there something I'm missing there, Robert? Oh, is there a queen trade, maybe? Takes and queen g5. Okay, that was the dynamic. I was like, why wouldn't you connect your rooks? It makes a lot of sense. Polina, actually, for once, wants to keep the queens on. That is quite the role reversal.
Well, she needs it for the attack, and knight f6 played, and apparently that was a mistake. It earns a question mark. Casa, bishop c6 feels pretty automatic. Black can't castle kingside because you get checkmated in 8 different ways. And after bishop c6, what are you doing about this nasty pin, which leaves e5 hanging?
Yeah, I actually have no idea. I have no idea because you're basically threatening to win a piece, and it's just so hard to get rid of that pin. I guess you have to start with taking on f4, but I still am not sure after queen takes, the same problems persist. So very, very dangerous position. And this knight on c3 might also get in on the act.
Well, Levy tries to flush out that bishop from c6. I would take, and as you're pointing out, knight e4 threatens rook takes d7. There are so many tactics in this position. I really feel like black's position might just fall apart in the next turn.
Yeah, knight e4. Although, again, this king on e1 now is not probably going to castle and have any kind of, real security. And so I could see this turning a bit. Again, this is a really, really critical game for Levy. If he can whittle this down to 3, we've seen him crawl out of these types of deficits in the bullet segment more than once. And so this is a really critical juncture for him to kind of, basically bear down and defend. And how do you do it, basically? Rook takes d7, knight f6. These tactics are in the air.
I'm leaving these arrows on the board because Levy has done a few rook lifts today. I think it's Polina's turn. This rook coming from h1 to the d file will be devastating. And this queen, if it goes to e7, you drop the c7 pawn, which is critical because it's a check on d6 and other things. Rook h3, I see what you're doing. You're trying to attack my pawn here and defend yours. But rook h3 to d3, I just feel it's automatic.
That is such a savvy move. And honestly, I think rook g1 is just as natural. But no, she finds rook h3, which is probably best. And wow, what a decision there. That is, it's excellent. And again, now, does rook takes d7 now work? Or no? Yeah, rook takes d7.
Yes.
Maybe.
She misses it. Let's get an analysis board quickly because the players are about to make a series of moves. You called it, Casa. Rook takes d7 was working. If the queen takes, there's a fork on f6. If the king takes, this rook slides over to d3 with check, winning the queen because if you block, I simply take, and that's not going to help you out as your queen and king are in the same line. So Casa, a missed opportunity there for Polina. We see a rook trade and queen g8 check. The knight now has to slide back. I believe this is anyone's contest.
Oh, the worst is over for sure. This king on e1 now is, I would say, just as soft as and as weak as its counterpart on e8. And the pawn structure, it's kind of mangled. The f2 and h3 pawns are split. You could say the same about black's pawns, but black has extra security, additional pawn. So again, and now Polina down on the clock. We've seen this before. Is this a free piece?
Looks like a big problem for white. Knight d2 might be the only way to save your knight, but you're going in the wrong direction. Knight c3 with queen takes b2. That's a pin. That's that.
And you got to maybe toss in rook d8 check and try to just play that position out. Rook d8, queen takes f8, queen takes f7, move the knight. It'll probably be mostly spite checks and mostly be in vain, but that's the way you would try to handle it. But I think Polina's going to let this clock run out.
And she goes queen f6, threatening a mate in 1, but queen takes is check to the king. Levy Rosman wins that game, and the time is up in the 3-minute portion. So Casa, when we head to bullet, it's a 3-point lead for Polina. Levy is in that striking distance that he knows he's capable of coming back from.
Yeah, that was a clutch victory by Levy just now. He withstood the danger, he handled the pressure, and he put her on the clock at a deficit. And now we're in the bullet segment where we know he's definitely a favorite. This is anyone's game.
He is a favorite indeed, but Polina, she showed her might in the quickest of time controls against Lawrence Trent to get here in the finals, because against Lawrence, she was trailing and had to win on demand in that last game before sending it to overtime. So Casa, heading into bullet, well, Levy, he won the last game. Now it's Polina's turn. What does she need to change?
She's got to stay up on that clock. She's going to have to make some really quick decisions and trust her intuition. That's going to be the key, because Levy is going to throw the kitchen sink at her, and we'll see how it goes.
We will see after a break, the players get to relax, and we'll also see some more great chess starting later this month. While Hikaru Nakamura is busy playing in the Qatar Masters, he has one game to go there. He will also be playing in the Grand Swiss along with Anish Giri and many others, the Women's Grand Swiss at the same time. Vaishali, she's a superstar. In fact, she has just earned, if both her and her opponent show up tomorrow, her final Grand Master norm at the Qatar Masters. So it's going to be an absolute slugfest. There are candidates and women's candidate spots on the line. You will not want to miss the action, so use the command Grand Swiss to learn more, and that way you can watch each and every round. Casa and I are going to quickly go on a break, and when we return, it's the last time control here in the I Am Not a GM Speedchess Championship. It's Levy Rosman, aka Gotham Chess, against Polina Shuvalova. Who you got? Let us know. We'll be back in a few.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
And queen somewhere, you just need to figure out where to knock him out. In 1.3 seconds, I barely got it off.
Both of these players are just almost losing on the spot. Queen d4 check, rook d7 coming up.
Yep, queen d5 check.
Careful, queen d1 mate.
Trade every... Queen d1 mate! Queen d1! Oh my gosh, and let me spot
What a swindle!
Oh my gosh.
What a swindle, because Robert, all he had to do was play queen takes f7 with a check.
It's still completely winning for black. And now Rudi is again a threat, and she allows it. But G5? Queen h8, rook g8, queen h8, rook g8. Oh my gosh, you can play f6? How did you lose that? What a 1964, it's a free piece. Oh my god. Wow, don't let it checkmate. Oh, he lost on time! No, he won a piece, but he lost the game on time. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore.
98, I think this is just a draw. Black time!
Oh my gosh, Greg lost on time!
He won the game, and Lawrence knows that means he won the match. There's a minute left. Lawrence can actually fully celebrate, as that is a 3-point lead.
It's over. Look at Greg.
There's a good sign of life from Greg.
Why would you not resign?
Well, because you want to waste some... I think if you're Eric Rosen, you really do want to waste time off the match clock. Oh my gosh, stalemate! That's why you don't resign! That was stalemate! Oh my gosh! Although she... Can't pre-move in those situations. Oh my goodness.
He wants Bishop to get his takes b2. Oh, it's check.
Wait.
That's me trying to checkmate too hard.
No! No! Oh my gosh! And did he just give him the wave? Did he just give him the Jordan Poole? Bye-bye.
Knight f7, what is happening?
King a4.
Knight 6, knight d4 was winning.
No, wait, no, don't give up your pawn. G4.
She tricked him again.
G3! Oh, this has been amazing.
This is the best game ever. Best game ever.
It's the final of the final here at the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Levy Rosman, aka GothamChess, is down 3 against Polina Shuvalova. I'm Robert Hess, alongside me, Casa Corley. Casa, right now Levy trails, but he did just seize the momentum based on last game.
Yeah, he got the deficit to 3 points, and Levy has a history of coming back from being down 3 points in these types of matches. So I think there's all to play for right now, and we're going to get one of the most exciting segments probably we'll ever see.
And we have had plenty of exciting action in IMSCC's past. Levy Rosman played a part in the one in 2021. You see our past champions, John Bartholomew, he beat Alina Kashlinskaya. Roberto Molina beat Levy Rosman, and Eric Rosen last year beat James Canty. So, no matter who wins today, we will have our youngest champion yet.
Yeah, and it's crazy because, you basically play chess all your life in different ways. You work on your openings, you work on your end games, you work on your middle games, and now it's basically who is a better need for speed throttle here, who's going to read and react better, and it's just such a funny way to end and decide things, but it's the right way, and it's the exciting way for the fans.
Well, you see the players, they are getting set, and Polina, she looks laser focused, and Levy, maybe he's messaging some friends. He did say in a previous interview that he has received well wishes in between his time segments. Maybe he's talking to his friend and someone who helps him train, and Alex Ostrovsky.
Yeah, Alex is a well-known guy on the New York City chess scene, a good friend of Levy, and hey, words of encouragement could go a long way in any chess or any life situation. Meanwhile, we have Polina enshrouded by darkness in the cave, ready to take some prisoners.
Well, she wants to take Levy down to that deep dark forest. There's only room out for 2, in the words of Mikhail Tal, who she said has been a great inspiration for her own play. And we have what looks to me like a London system, and the POG champions, they'll be happy to see it. But the rest of the people, I'm not sure if we have too many London fans in the chat.
And don't be so confused by what Levy is doing. Levy's trying to attack. He wants to get G4, G5 going. I don't think he's trying to play this positionally at all.
And there looks like there should be some tactics with the knight c7, but I don't think this knight on e5 can get out of the way soon enough. And Levy is burning plenty of time here. He's down 20 seconds, where Polina, she has as much time as she started with.
I'm shocked he castled. It's objectively a very reasonable move, but I am surprised stylistically that he went for it. Polina's going to try to trade pieces and nullify the pressure in the center and the queen side. Doubling a rooks here is just really dangerous.
Here it comes. The second rook for black is about to come to c8, and these d pawns are very weak for white. So strategically, black is cruising, but maybe there's some tactics here. Knight g4. Put pressure on the pinned piece. It's fortunate for black that knight can come to d7 to help defend. Although there might be knight takes d5.
No, knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. The bishop on d6 is overloaded. Oh, and it's missed. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of those tactics that you just missed because the pawn protects, the knight protects, but the bishop was overloaded with the queen and the rook.
Yeah, now everything is protected for Polina, and I think she's just going to seek out some trades and maintain the time advantage. 20 minutes up on the clock right now.
This is horrible for Levy because knight takes, queen takes, the d4 pawn is loose. This bishop on d6 is a monster, so he brings his knight into e5. The engine does not approve. This is getting out of hand.
I like knight e5 from a practical perspective, trying to keep some pieces on the board, trying to keep those knights on the board. We know how tricky they are in bullet. Polina is going to seek out trades. Queen b7, queen c7, I think those types of moves make a lot of sense.
And what an excellent move queen c7 is, forcing the queens off. The knight is hanging 7 seconds for Levy. He trades the queens. He has to go maybe knight d7 here, otherwise his knight could be trapped.
Where's that knight going? After knight takes d7, knight c7, all of a sudden this king maybe can get in the game, although the knight starts to chisel away at some pawns. This is not as simple as it looks, and Polina, she's taking more time. Okay, knight c5, push the pawn to a5, defend the a pawn, get your king to the center, king f8, king e7.
Yeah, bring that king in, and there might be bishop takes c5 at some moment, so you need to be very careful if you're Levy, especially if black can push d4 as well. That pawn may be stranded.
Ooh, that is an excellent observation and something she definitely should look out for. Although g4, closing the position for that bishop, I would have kept it open. h5, basically just trying to cement things. Keep that bishop on the board.
Uh-oh, bishop e1 at the right moment with h4. This is going to hurt.
That knight is almost trapped.
And now it is trapped. Knight a6, bishop d6, and king b6 to follow. But he gets b4 in.
Oh, you had to start with, I think bishop c3 was the better square because then you couldn't actually play b4 without losing the pawn.
Oh, and I don't know if she can win this anymore because the king on e3 is in perfect location. f6 played. She takes it. She wants e5.
All right, this is going to be a draw, folks, because both sides are going to have protected passers, and the other side cannot move their king away from it. So this is going to be a repetition in short order, unless there are any mouse slips.
And if d4 is played, black has to play e4. The draw is by repetition, and that means the 3-point lead still exists. We have Team Scandi, John Bartholomew, the champion of 2020. He'll be proud. What do you make of this opening decision by Levy?
Yeah, as Lil Wayne used to say, this is the remix, baby, because basically, knight f6 is not your traditional Scandi. You normally play queen takes d5, so this is different.
Hey, it's different. I love that we just got a Lil Wayne reference. Next, I guess we got to talk about Skip Bayless and their friendship, but that's for another show. The bishop does go out to f4. Casa, this looks like white has pleasant play thus far, but the shell of black's position is very strong.
Yeah, the shell, as you're describing it, is perfectly legit. The rooks are connected for white, though. I think it's about equal, although the c2 pawn might be a little loose, and that's why de5 is played. I think this is something that Levy might be able to take advantage of now. The e5 pawn might be a target later.
And knight e4, no, queen takes e5, there's knight d6, so she is tactically alert. Oh,
d6!
And he walks into it! Knight d6!
Are you sack the queen? It's not over. This is a bullet. It's not over. Coordinate those rooks. Get your rook to d2 and game on. It is not over.
The game is certainly on. The bishop on g6 is such a powerhouse, defending both pawns and threatening the c2 pawn. So this is chances for Levy. He didn't seem that flustered by his blunder, and he has every bit of an opportunity to stay in this game.
And now the rooks even have the opportunity to double on the second rank. This is actually, practically speaking, probably a little bit easier to play as black because your moves are, at least there isn't any question about what you do. Although now that the lines are open, I changed my mind. The queen now is going to menace. The queen is going to start to menace.
Letting that king be exposed like this was not the right decision, and good move by Levy to play h5. At some point, though, Casa, g4 will be an option for white to spring free a pass pawn.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to cover this king on b7 indefinitely as the clock gets lower. Levy's got to hold on to this a4 pawn with all his might.
Okay, so we're seeing here that the black king is sheltered by the rooks and the pawns, and queen d7 check is only a single check. This rook needs to get to a square like b2. Oh, c3, that should help.
Oh, rook c5, queen d4 pins.
Oh my gosh.
This is so unpleasant to play practically.
Queen d4, queen c4, queen takes c6. It looks like that's going to be the pattern.
Ooh.
Oh,
okay,
she wants
now the king can go to a6. The king is sheltered now all of a sudden.
It's still not perfectly safe, but after a3, rook takes a3 with queen a6 to follow, and she finds it.
And again, this position is not lost in my estimation. Basically, the c pawn is still going to be a factor. My question now is how much of the match clock will be off after this game, because it feels like there are a lot of checks to be had here.
We still have 18 plus minutes on the match clock, and this is a game where both sides have chances to win. Black has a pass pawn, but with Polina's decision on the king side, if she can kick this bishop out of here, her pawn can run up the board as well.
I wouldn't repeat. Put the queen on c3 and keep the clock going. They're going to repeat, but I think if you play queen c3, you can kind of waste more time, as we've seen in previous matches.
Levy might be trying to win this, but I'm not sure his king could really escape. Queen h8 over here. This bishop's under h5.
h5. Oh my god.
Uh-oh. He takes? Wait a second, but f7's taking. No.
And it's missed.
She misses it.
Queen c2.
Yes,
then
but now black kick. But the thing is, the queen just stays put, but you can't really win this position, I don't think.
No, but I'm thinking about
F4!
Match clock.
Oh my gosh, the f4 with queen d8 to follow.
Oh my god, that would have been a fork that won the game.
Levy is taking too many risks here.
He's looking at Polina's clock, and that's why he's doing it. But yeah, okay, there's no way to blockade now. There's no check now. You got to get back to c1.
Okay, the good news for black is white is frozen. The bad news for black, there's no way to kick the queen out of here. And so this game Well,
do not take on c2. What is this king on e3 doing? Yeah, stay where you are. Do not do anything. Not do anything rash, because then, and do not take on c2 because the king pawn endgames are lost.
Well, when the rook went to the d file on d4, the white king could have gone to c3. So both sides are playing on seconds. Oh, actually, Levy has nearly 20, but he's playing as if he's got 2.
Yeah, and I mean, the funny thing is, you could say Levy's making some progress, but really there's just no way to really improve this one. So I would go to the next game.
Queen d2, there's king c4. She goes king d2 instead. What?
Wait, this is a winning king pawn endgame. Wait, it is winning. That was a winning king pawn endgame.
Oh my goodness, and Levy misses it, and now it's going to be a draw once again.
Neither side Polina should not be pre-moving here. I would not pre-move right now in that situation. Man.
Wow, that game lasted 102 moves, took a ton of time off the match clock. Both sides had their chances, and Polina, she survived. She gets that half point, and now Levy, he needs to start winning because he remains down by 3 with 16 minutes to go.
Ooh, I need to breathe after that, but there's no time. Okay. Polina is playing a little bit of a fit. Bishop b5 check is really nice for white. White has the center. White has active pieces. White is mauling right now. Bishop a4. Keep the pin on d7.
Oh, and Levy takes it. He thinks that his position is good enough, and, well, it should be. He is up a pawn, and the black king, I think it has to go to c6, but it's almost checkmated.
Yeah, castling with check is always aesthetically pleasing. I can't blame Levy for going for this. Still, black is the 2 bishops. It's a bullet game. There's still work to be done, and Polina is a very good defender, as we've seen in previous games.
And it's not easy to crash through. And e5 is played. Maybe it's a little bit too soon. You're not threatening pawn takes f6. If this bishop takes back, that's a strong dark square bishop. So Levy clearly in charge right now, but Polina is showing that she may bend in some positions, but she's not going to break. And as soon as I say
that b5 square is now super available.
Juicy.
Yeah. Now the knight comes to d6 at some point.
Yeah, e5 is hanging, so he switches his knights to force the king to the last rank.
Yeah, and now the rooks aren't connected. This rook on a8 is in jail. Yeah, there's a lot to like about white's position. Levy is doing everything exceptionally well right now, and I think you just move the knight away from d4, then the rooks can come in. Or how about c6, Robert?
c6, if pawn takes, knight takes. c6 right now, too. That should still be available.
Okay, that's also good. Rook takes f6. You could take with the knight and protect the rook on d1.
And if you didn't have knight takes back, then you would have lost your piece. So what's the material count? It's only 1 extra pawn for white, but it should be enough with a knight invading up to d6. But this rook wants to slide to e2.
Yeah, I mean, you could basically give that check and then go king c8, but you gotta like white here. White is, although the trade of pawns will definitely help black. If you can get to some type of endgame with the pawns all on the same side, 2 versus 1, you'd have some chances to hold. But this king is now getting super active, and now once the pawn gets to b6, all the mating patterns are there.
And Levy's time management has been incredible. He has nearly 40 seconds this late in the game. He does allow the king up to c6. There's no good discovery for this knight. I'm actually a little bit concerned by that decision, as the c5 pawn will be tender.
Yeah, rook b4 check will come into play now, and the king might have to be nudged away. Letting the king out of the box is a little surprising.
And knight d6 check, king to b... Oh, king b4. This goes right back into a checkmating net.
Yeah, and very, very well spotted. Although this bishop on g2 is clocking overtime, guarding the b7 pawn, staying on the diagonal, and all of a sudden there might be some counterplay.
Rook h4 check. c5 is about to drop, but she instead walks the white king forward. I don't know about that.
Yeah, this... technique can be forgiven given the control. Polina's got to move way faster, down to 2 seconds here.
She wants bishop e4. If she can steal that pawn with her bishop...
Bishop e4! Bishop e4!
Rook h2! Bishop e4 is coming anyway.
She was worried about bishop e4, basically. That's why she played rook h2.
And now it's not winning anymore. Bishop's coming to c2.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What defense. Rook takes h7. Take the pawn.
Yeah, she's going to take this pawn, and now it should be a draw. Should being the operative word. In time trouble, black may lose this. Knights are very tricky pieces.
And how long does Levy try to win this game? Does he Oh, discovery!
Knight b4!
Rook takes b4!
Knight b4!
97!
97!
Forks
E5
galore!
in!
Forks
Oh
galore!
my God. And Polina should not resign. She should play this out, waste another 10 seconds on the match clock or more if she can, and just play to checkmate.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is shortening my lifespan, man.
Oh, it's shortening the player's lifespan as well as Levy takes that game. It is now 9.5 to 7.5. So for Polina, she needs to stem it. She needs to stop this because Levy is gaining in confidence.
Yeah, and it's a 2-point deficit with 11 minutes to go and everything to play for. And we got this remix Scandinavian again, and I think Polina's handling it a lot better than the first time.
This looks fantastic for white. You have great control in the center because your pawns are connected. How many times, Costa, have we said today when this pawn was on c2, the d4 pawn was stranded? Now those pawns are with each other.
Probably too many, but now folks get the picture, so there you go. But I do not like that piece trade. One of the things you could say about Polina sometimes she will go for trades or consolidations when they're not needed. That piece trade on e5 helped black breathe. When you lack space, you want to keep minor. You want to trade minor pieces. When you have space, you don't want to do the same because black is struggling to get ground, and so you're giving black some breathing life.
And we see rook takes d7, might be a new threat. That's where the king went h2 off the diagonal. And a7 is hanging here. This queen is not going to get trapped. Grab that pawn.
That's everything must go sale. You just got to collect that and come back. And then you could double the rooks on the d file if you want at a later juncture. That d6 square is outpostable. c5, giving the knight the d5 square. Not my first choice. Now it's actually not so clear.
But she has queen b6. That's why she did it, to get the knight out of there. And now in this position, it looks like the black rook is about to come up the board and go for... But is there f5? And bishop e2?
Oh, that would have been that's a tough spot, but that was beautiful tactic. f5, bishop e2 would have won material. This version now is going to give Levy the best he could have possibly imagined getting into this endgame, because b6 will be picked off, and yeah, there's all to play for.
I don't even know who's better anymore. This king might run up to f4, but wait a second. e5 is immediately loose. If Polina can get e6 in, she's very happy, but that's a ways away.
The a-pawn is a target. This is advantage Levy. Advantage Levy. The a-pawn is dropping off. This e7 check. E7 check and
then g5 and f6?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you just get a pass pawn that's connected deep in enemy territory.
All right, now the endgames are winning. These rook endgames, they're just too many pawns that are dropping. b4 is weak as well. You can even start with rook a4, basically, or rook b3 is a better version of that. Oh. This is a winning, well, king e7, king d6. Is this real?
She wants something like this. The engine didn't like it at first, but now, after rook b3, which was the most natural move, here comes the rook.
Oh my goodness.
Checking back. Checking back to e7.
Can you go, and then, is rook e6 check again?
I would play that. g6 might lose to f6.
I mean, it'd take real bravery to play g6 there.
And Levy brings his king all the way back to the final rank. He is up 2 pawns. He wants to win this game. Desperately wants to win to cut the deficit in half.
You got to push your pawn and go g5 here, right? And that forces a trade of rooks.
What a find by Levy, but also great response by Polina, keeping the rooks on, because if rook takes e7, pawn takes, and the pawn promotes. So now she steals the h7 pawn, but too many extra pawns for black.
Yeah, and it's just too far down the board. And another rook trade. Excellent, excellent find.
And Levy, he is riled up. He is very happy about what's happened because it was down by 3. Now it's down by 1. And Polina, she's struggling here in the bullet.
Yeah, and again, she's getting down on the clock, too. Those scrambles, Levy was up on the clock, and she just can't have that if she wants to win.
And we see Levy going back to this F3 system in the, what is it they call it, the Verosov? It's kind of like the fantasy variation, the Caro-Kann. And this doesn't look very pleasant for white because the d4 pawn is probably loose here.
e5, wow, that is aggressive as heck, man. All right, so e takes d4, I guess you need to play, right? Because if c takes d5, you have some bishop b5 check stuff. So taking on d4, all right, if you take on g6, you fix black's pawn structure, and then the f7 square becomes available to the black king in case of any checks.
Okay, and so knight e2 play. Didn't want to see that knight captured on c3. Queen takes d5. I think that looks very strong. Bishop b4 check. Can hardly blame her for throwing in the check. Now take this pawn on d5.
How do you feel about knight f4, though? It is an annoying move to face. You hit the queen, you hit g6, you ask some questions. Queen trade, I am shocked. I thought that the technical phase is where Polina is stronger, but this is bullet. You don't have all the time in the world to consolidate, and Levy has shown a propensity with the knights to get some tricky forks in.
And Levy doesn't have all the time in the world to mount this comeback. It's 6.5 minutes remaining in the match, so I'm keeping an eye on that because, Casa, this is better for black. I think both players recognize at this stage. It's not losing, but at some moment, now it's looking close to a loss if knight c4 happens, Levy might consider hitting the resign button.
Yeah, that is f4, knight g4. Oh, there's too many targets here. But wait, rook d8. Get the rook to d8. Threaten checkmate.
Levy's turning this around once again.
And the knights, he is maneuvering really well with the knights. This rook is going to come to h3 and revive itself that way.
But c5 and king c6 and rook d1's mate.
It threatens checkmate.
Oh my gosh, that rook on b7 for the second time today is trapped in a wrong place.
Although you try knight c2 and knight e1. I don't believe in it, but I think that's what you try, right?
Oh my goodness.
So rook moves, rook d1 check, knight e1, and there's still work to be done here if you're black. I think the natural move would be to just double your rooks, but this is not over yet.
No, apparently not. The knight comes to c3 to block the diagonal, and the rook, it saves the knight on e1 as well.
Oh, this is turned again. This is turning again, Robert.
Oh my goodness, what a game this has been. Rook d6.
Why would you trade rooks? You're attacking. You do not attack when you're... All right, this is totally changed. This is now chances for white.
Yes, knight d3 hits the c5 pawn. She goes back. She very smartly returns her king.
Yeah.
She could have traded knights. She should have traded knights. Now she's losing a pawn.
Yeah, if you trade knights and then gone f5, it would have been a dead drawn king pawn endgame. Now this is a winning king pawn ending for white.
Oh my goodness, Levy Rosman out of nowhere. Knight c4, knight e5 check.
It's over. You can even play, Robert, you can even play knight takes g6 and h5 as a piece sacrifice in some lines because the knights suck guarding h-pawns, right? But we're not going to need that.
c5 dropped, but so does c4, so it's 2 extra pawns for Levy. This should be very manageable unless he blunders one of those pawns.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak too soon, but we are very, very close to getting a tied match. Oh my goodness.
And for Polina, she was on the offensive, and now her knight is trapped. I thought that king could have walked over to trap the knight, but still, this is good enough because now the king moves up and will help out.
Oh my goodness. We are tied with little less than 4 minutes left. We are tied.
He is a bullet brawler. He keeps coming back. In the final section of these matches, it's a tied match, and Polina now has the white pieces. Levy, he's playing in the style of the King's Indian. What do you think Polina has to do?
First of all, Polina played d4. I don't know if she's played it thus far in this match. Is that a tilt decision? Because she was pretty much playing e4 throughout, and now she's just like, I've had enough of this. What do you make of that?
I think that she has had enough. She wants to change the scenery because it hasn't been working out well for her. And I'm looking at the match clock, 3 minutes and about to be 15 seconds remaining. So both players better keep an eye on that clock because if you're losing, you resigned. I'm just, Casa, the overall match clock will play a huge role in this specific game.
She's thinking a long time here because this is not a position she's played a much to date in this match. And again, that's one of the other things is she was used to those other positions, so she played them a little bit faster. This is different. She's down 10 seconds, and I don't know how much, the eval really matters here.
Well, white has a healthy position. It's very King's Indian style. C5 is what you want to accomplish, but Levy, he is keeping control over the key squares on the queen side. But knight b3, c5, these moves seem quite natural. And knight f1 and bishop h6. So why did that knight go backwards?
Yeah, I think knight f3 was definitely the preferred choice. Oh, there was a takes before the tactic because the rook was unprotected for a move.
And Levy might be playing a little bit too quickly. And Polina, she strikes at the right moment with c5. Please take me twice. Shatter your own pawn structure, she says, because e5 and c5, they probably will not hang around too long.
I think the clock time is more important than the position here, though, Robert. I feel that in my bones. Like, this clock time is the most important factor, and Polina has to adjust before she, the similar things happen, essentially.
Well, Levy, I don't know if it was a sacrifice or an accident, he gave up the h5 pawn, and so Polina's up a pawn, but her king is in harm's way. The queen may slide to g3 just to save her king, and the knight is well positioned here to defend it.
Queen e3, that's actually a really nice move. And then after the queen moves, you might even nestle into f4, because I don't think trades are useful here. Why would you trade that? I thought the trades would help Polina.
I think Levy's aiming for endgames where White's pawns are in some danger here. Bishop b5 is going to hurt.
Yeah, and then the d6 pawn might be a target. The f5 pawn is a target. Nice decision not to trade, though.
And rook g8, keeping the knight on e2 stuck for the moment, but knight d4 is coming. Rook f1 as well. I think that pawn on f5 is in huge trouble.
Yeah, knight to f4. This rook could come to c1 and target the bishop on c8. The timing not ideal, but I still think it makes sense. And hold on, there are some tricks with rook b2 and knight f3 check. But maybe white is first. Knight e6, knight f3 check.
You called it, and it's available, and rook takes d5 was played instead, so both players overlooking tactics here. Casa, suddenly black is up a pawn.
Knight f8 to threaten mate in 1?
Well, don't hang your rook, but knight f8 will threaten checkmate. Wait, the rook's hanging.
Oh my gosh, look at these knights, though. These knights in the center. What if we have d5, d4 shortly?
Okay, so how do you stop the passed pawns? A big question. Levy is going all in for the win right now, but the h pawn could be dangerous.
Knight d5, won a pawn. Knight d5, knight takes f4, won a pawn.
Oh my gosh, missed by both players. The rook slides back to a1. If pawn to f2, king can slide to g2 just in time.
Just push the h pawn. h5, h6. Knight g4 wins the pawn again. Knight takes f2.
Oh, and that's a great move to throw in because now the knights are stuck with each other, and now trades are happening, and the h pawn will win the game.
And then rook a3, you pin, and you sack, and then you push the h pawn.
You're in time. This pawn is too slow. White wins the game, and it's the last game of the match! It's the last game of the match! Time is up! Oh my goodness, so Polina is going to win!
Don't pre-move. No need to pre-move here. Oh my goodness.
And Levy just notices, and Polina Shuvalova leans back. She puts her hands in the air like she just don't care. She has won the IMSCC.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I lost track of the match clock there. My goodness. Wow.
There are no words, Casa, for what Polina just did. She was the one who was struggling in the bullet, and yet in that last game where nerves were on the line, there was chaos on the board, she wins it.
Yeah, and again, super clutch. I mean, this is not the first time she's been in this situation where she needs to win on demand in the last round of the last game of the 1+1. This time it wasn't on demand, but she treated it as such, and she got a huge, huge clutch W.
Cannot believe what we just witnessed. That went down to the very last game, but when all is said and done, Polina Shuvalova wins the match 10.5, 9.5 bullet, which was Levy Rosman's best friend in the entire IMSCC. That last game, it just didn't go his way.
This went pretty much how we predicted. The 5+1 was in Polina's favor. The 3+1 got a little more interesting. And then the 1+1, Levy stormed back with incredible force, and Polina did just enough to hold him off and become our winner in 2023 of IM Not a GM SCC.
It might also be her last time being available because she's the champion, but she might become a Grandmaster. Chat, ask your questions for Polina. We're going to bring her in for an interview. We would love to feature some of them. So we'll be right back and joined by your IMSCC champion, Polina Shuvalova. We'll be right back.
That is it. Still plenty of options and opportunities left. All right. Next one. You ready?
Yes.
Let's do it. Kasparian study. White to move.
Okay, I know this one.
You know it.
It's not fair. Queen a3, rook d2, rook d2, rook b2.
Very good.
It's Kasparian.
Kasparian study, yes?
Looks kind of familiar. But... Okay, yeah. Rook d2, rook b2, rook b1.
So how do you start?
Queen a3, rook a2, rook d2. d2,
Rook takes a3, rook b2, rook a2, rook b1. Very nice. Very nice. Well done.
Okay. So it's queen a3 check, rook a2, then rook d2, rook a3, rook b2, rook a3, rook b1.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice, yes. Impressive knowledge. Another study. I mean, if you know this one, I'll be mightily impressed. White to move.
Okay, this one I don't know. So it's 10 seconds as well?
10 seconds.
Oh. Yeah. Bishop b6, c5, queen b8, b6,
King c8.
King c8, king e4,
h4.
h4. Now I have to. Yes, king f5 and king
h5
e4.
and king e4.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Is king e4 the final move? Bishop b6, queen b6, c5, queen b8, b6, king c8, king e4.
Yes, h4
And king f5.
h5
And king e4.
king e4 back. Yeah, very nice. Well done.
Okay, this one is a bit difficult, I can say. So I guess bishop takes b6.
Yes.
Queen b6, c5.
Yes.
Queen b8, b6, king c8, c7, queen b7.
c7 might not be correct.
Oh, king e4. King e4. Yes.
h4.
h4. You have a pawn on g3, h5, and h6, right?
Yes.
Okay, then king f5,
h5,
king e4. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
That's the one. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
A massive congratulations are in order for Polina Shuvalova, who just took down Levy Rosman in what was a nail-biter. So Polina, we have to applaud you. How are you feeling right now, and how did you do that?
Well, I'm feeling pretty exhausted, but overall, I'm happy, of course, and as usual, I made it to the intrigue and to the last game. So yeah, it was a really good match. interesting in terms of I felt like I was dominating in the slow controls, but probably I did not make too much merge, so that Levy is a very good bullet player. As I see now, after the match, he's like almost 29 in bullets, so it's like much more rating than I have in bullets. So it is no surprise that he like made it back to the equal match again in bullet. But yeah, I'm very happy that in the last game I managed to complete myself together and win.
Polina, let's actually talk about that last game because there were so many twists and turns along the way. And I guess one of the first things to even mention is you switched to d4. You were playing e4 most of the match, and then it felt like in the bullet phase something changed and you were losing some momentum. But you ended the match with d4. Was that a conscious choice to just switch it up, or what led you down that path?
During the game, I started to think that it was like the worst choice I made in whole match. As this structure that I played, I thought that he will play at some moment e4 and just go straight for the mate. And usually white is playing on the queen side here and black is going for the mate. So in bullet section, it was really easy to be just attacked and like without any fight. But he went for this King's Indian. He allowed me to play d5 and d4, and it got just very unbalanced. And for sure, we made like a million blunders in this game. Yeah.
Well, of course, blunders and brilliancies are going to happen in these matches. And Polina, do you think you felt any extra nerves knowing that many people were watching? And in fact, at different points, over 30,000 people were watching at any given moment. So lots of eyes were on your match.
Oh, that's great. 30,000 is great. But I didn't know about it, honestly. So no, I was just concentrated on my games because if you like start to think how many people are watching your game and all your like blunders and hanging the queen, as I found out in previous match with Lawrence Trent, we had that last game in the main segment before the tiebreak. In which queen on e1 was hanging like 4 or 5 moves straight, so it was just crazy. And yeah, I mean, I'm just playing, try to play my best.
What were your expectations going into the event, and then going into this match in particular? Were you what was your thought process going into it?
My expectations about the tournament, and before the tournament ends in like a how to say it, preliminary stage, the stage where 4 people were playing. So I thought that like going into the further stage is an incredible success. So well, before all the matches I played on Chess.com. I mean, this official tournament, official matches, they were going really tough for me. And the previous year of I Am Not GM also went pretty tough from the start. So I was just enjoying going into every stage. And yeah, I think we had an amazing final. So overall, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely was an amazing final and one that you started off on a hot streak. So, Polina, did you have nerves? And this is a question from the chat from Scobie Dog saying, given the great start that you had, were there any nerves as Levy started to fight back?
It was, I can say not nerves, but disappointments. Like when I had this +5 score, and then I like played some games, and I was again to +3, going into bullet section, and as everybody says, like Levy is an amazing bullet player, so I already thought I understood that +3 is like nothing for the bullet section for the 25 minutes we had, so it's like still a very tough and almost equal match, and as it shows up.
Another feature chat question, or another chat question here from Krishna21234. What time of day is it for you right now, and how do you plan on celebrating this?
It's like 13 minutes after midnight for me. So not much of celebration today. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it is clearly dark there by you, and you should be able to celebrate. And we have another question from Zentharum asking you, what are your plans going forward?
I will play in the Isle of Man in like 5 days. So this is the main event. And after this, I'm not sure. Probably, maybe the next tournament will be just Bliss and Rapid Championship in the end of the year.
Awesome. And I guess there was something that we noticed very early on. There were just so many Caro-Cans between you and Levy, just duking out on the Caro-Can. Did you notice that during the match? And was there intention like, yeah, I like these positions, or I want to keep playing them?
Well, I played Caro-Can almost in every game during this event, so it was like my main opening. But I felt that Levy was getting trickier during the match. He started to play this stuff with f3, with like knight d4, knight c3, this bishop g5. So he was trying to like beat me in some sharp and tactical positions. So yeah, if I remember correctly, it was him who turned to more of d4 stuff. But Caro-Can is quite, a solid opening, so it should not be losing straight. And in one game, we played, I'm not sure, you can ask Levy probably after this. He played this stuff with, in Caro-Can, a third, knight c3, takes knight f6, takes, then bishop d3, c3. He played this line with bishop f4, queen d2. Like, was he watching the game of Paravian against Gukesh, where David just made a brilliant sacrifice on g6, or was Levy just randomly playing that? It was interesting. But yeah, we're just we're playing this high level stuff in our tournament, so it's pretty good.
It wasn't just pretty good, it was fantastic. And Polina, we appreciate you answering all these questions. And my final question for you is, what are your final thoughts of the tournament and what reflections do you have after getting through the group stage and now all the way to winning the title?
I'm very happy to win this title. I really like the format. I think it's a sort of new format for these events, for this early stage that we're playing. We're playing like 3 mini matches with double elimination. So I think it's pretty good. And overall it was interesting to play, and I played with some charismatic and very famous in chess world people. So I enjoyed it, and I hope them also enjoyed it, and viewers also.
Well, the viewers definitely enjoyed it. You have so many fans out there who are rooting you on during this match. I'm sure we might see some Gotham Chess videos with your name on them as well. But Polina, we know it's late in the nighttime for you, so we'll let you go. But congratulations once again. You are the IMSCC champion, so you should be very proud.
Thank you.
Polina is our champion. She had so many great thoughts on the event that was, and we are also going to get Levy Rosman's thoughts. So please give us some questions for Gotham Chess. We know you'll have many. He'll be joining us just after this break, so stay tuned. We are going to bring on the internet's #1 chess teacher in just a few.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, one for sure is interviewing the Holocaust survivor in 1956, French women's chess champion Isabelle Schaukel. Started out as a podcast for Ladies' Night in the Grid, and it turned out that I got a chance to travel to Paris and actually meet Isabelle herself. That's a little piece that's going to be coming out on Chess.com soon. That was just magical. I mean, I'm Jewish, and seeing the rise of anti-Semitism is really disturbing. And to be able to talk to somebody who was almost slaughtered in one of the worst atrocities of all time, but is still living 80 years later, and really not just living, but thriving, like providing so much inspiration to everyone around the world. I mean, it's a magical moment. Like, this is like one of the reasons why we play chess and why we create art for moments like that. So I feel really lucky to have met Isabel and thankful for that. Also, another moment that really stands out for me was when Judith Polgar visited my US Chess Girls Club. We had hundreds of girls there from all over the world. In fact, we had girls from Kenya, we had girls from, obviously the United States, from Colombia, and we also had adult women there as well. So it was a huge turnout, and Judith was just so charming and brilliant in her answers. In particular, I noticed that a lot of girls asked her similar questions on a variation of like, what do you do if your confidence is shattered? What do you do if you lose a few games in a row? If you're scared, if you don't know what to do? And it's funny because Judith's reply was so striking to me, because she was just like, oh man, these questions are tough for me because I've always been so confident. And she did manage to reply, but it was interesting to me to see that was a bit of a struggle for her, because she has always had that confidence that she was great. She hasn't suffered from imposter syndrome. And I think that's a big secret to her success, and just a reminder of how important confidence is to becoming the best chess player that you can be.
And we are thankful to be joined by the internet's #1 chess teacher, Levy Rosman. Levy, sorry the match didn't go your way. How are you feeling right now? What are your thoughts?
I don't feel that bad. I think it's pretty well known at this point. Like when I play these matches or any serious events, I tend to get pretty stressed. I was pretty stressed today again. She was playing like unbelievably well in 5-1 and in 3-1. And when she went up 5, I just sort of laughed and I was like, well, that's it. Like, I'm gonna just do my best, at that, when you're down 5 points, it's like, well, there's like that thing, nobody beats my basketball team by 50 points kind of a thing, like I'm a Knicks fan. So I was like, well, I'll just keep it close, I guess. And then when I got some momentum in the bullet, I was like, wow, there's a actual chance I might win the match. And when I finally realized I was losing this crazy last game, I looked at the game clock and there was 2 seconds and I was not fast enough to like resign and start the new game. So just happy to have made it exciting at the end and, not have lost by like 10 points.
Levy, it felt at the end of the 3+1 segment, you just got a really clutch win to basically bring it to a 3-point deficit. And then it felt like game on, especially because we've seen your history of mounting incredible bullet comebacks and segments. Did you feel that way going into the 1+1? Because it felt like that 3+1 was just an incredible close. Yeah,
I think what made that last 3-1 game even better was the fact that she was winning for a move. Like, I saw it. You know, I didn't see a huge amount of tactics this match, but I saw that one where she had the rook lined up on my knight and queen, and I made my move, and I went, oh, rook d7, and I just, like, that's it. I mean, I'm going to be down, whatever, 4 going into bullet, and then she didn't play it, and then 2 moves later, she blundered queen b4, and so I think, yeah, like, going all the way down, all the way up definitely helped. But I didn't start the bullet well. I mean, there was that one crazy game. Then I she hung a pawn on e5, I thought, and then I hung my queen. That was pretty cool. I straight up didn't see it. Like, that wasn't even deliberate. So it was definitely kind of nice to win that game. And I unfortunately wasn't able to, like, fully capitalize on the momentum until the last 4 bullet games.
And Levy, you two were playing a theme match. Caracan was played quite a lot. And actually, Polina had a question for you when we asked her about some of the openings. She was wondering if you had seen that Paravian Gukesh game since you followed that line.
Yes, 100%. It's funny that that she even, like, called it out in the interview. I saw she played Caro-Kann, and I didn't really know what to play. I just saw she played the Tartakower, so I was like, well, I'm going to try a bit of everything and just sort of see what works. And I tried that, but it was a common theme in the 5-minute and the 3-minute that she was playing moves so fast in the opening that I was like, is she just bluffing really well, or is she prepared in all of these lines? And when you are playing 5-minute and 1 second bonus, you have a tendency to just, like, sit there and start thinking as if it's, you know, classical or rapid chess. So that was actually very distressing. It was kind of nice later in the match when I started playing some Veresovs and modern, you know, g6, d6, a6 with black, that she was actually taking a lot of time in the opening, because that was nice for a change.
Yeah, it definitely felt like throughout that match, there was this tug of war where Polina wanted to play technical positions and consolidate, and you were just trying to fiercely attack. And then the clock came into play a ton as well, where it felt like if you were up on time going into a scramble, advantage Levy. And if she had like a minute or 50 seconds in a good position going into, you know, a transition or a consolidation phase, advantage Polina. Did you feel those contours as well, or was it different?
It's really hard to identify exactly what is happening during the games, at least for me. Maybe some people are better at that. When these games are happening, I'm just like, all right, you know, don't fall behind a certain amount of time. I thought I ended up doing that a little bit better in the 3-minute segment. So I think I was down time less often, and I was actually up time quite a bit. So yeah, I mean, nothing specific, but yeah, of course, like once you're down 4 games, you can, or 5 games, you can play solidly, or you can just kind of try to go out in your sword. So I'm not, you know, I'm not really going to change my playing style at that point. And it was paying off in some of those positions. And I could tell, like, you know, toward the last 2-3 games, you know, it's probably a mix of everything, a little bit of disappointment, a little bit of like frustration, tilt. I could sense from her moves and the pace and everything that I was maybe taking over the match, but I never even got a chance to lead, right? Because it all came down to this one game. Yeah, that's probably how I would describe it.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, Levy. And we did ask the chat for some questions, and we have one here for you from Weems asking, are you entering the IMNA GM Championship next year?
I mean, probably. I don't know. I don't really know what else I have to do. But yeah, these things, like, every single time I play them, they get me more and more stressed out, and I don't really enjoy them until they're over. It's weird, and I'm like very open about this. And the same with classical chess. I just get so stressed. There are like frequently moments during these 3 hours that I'm just staring at the screen and like nothing is happening. I'm just looking at my little monitor and then I make some move, and now I'm down, 90 seconds on the clock, and I'm in a worse position. So I think the relief I feel when these matches are over, win or lose, is nice. But it's very stressful for me. But I mean, I'll probably play. I mean, I don't take these like too seriously, but I would have, of course, been very, very happy to win that last game.
Yeah, we definitely love to see you in future editions. I'm going to ask one more question from Arbin Paul. You mentioned previous in the previous match that you kind of just went into it a bit more casually. Did you prepare anything for this one, just given the level of opponent that Polina basically proved to be in the previous matches?
No, nothing special. I just like look at people's openings. I knew Polina was an e4 player, and she had like a very strange repertoire where she would take the pawn on d5 if you played the French or the Caro-Kann. And so I just thought, okay, like that's kind of boring and annoying. So, we'll see how it goes. And it did not go well. And also she had a lot of success in the advanced Caro-Kann. So then I just decided, like, I don't know, I'll play like g6 or whatever. But no, I tried not to overthink it, because I was like, well, one of two things is going to happen. I'm either going to somehow overcome my nerves and it's going to be a back and forth match and the openings don't really matter, or I'm going to just like be down, 5 games, and that's kind of what happened. And then in the bullet, there's really no point preparing. It's just every man or woman or child for themselves.
Well, it did come down to the wire there, Levy, and of course, we're sorry it didn't go your way, but do you have any thoughts? I know it's fresh, but any thoughts or reflections about the event, the change in format, and how are you feeling with everything that just transpired?
It was cool. They didn't really promote the event, like, at all. But that, I guess it's for a good reason, because if, games are of such a quality. But they should have promoted Polina. They shouldn't have promoted me, but they should have promoted, Polina and Danny and Lawrence and Greg and all the other group winners. The early knockout stage was pretty interesting, and these events are, they're fun events, and I'm happy that I played. I was hoping to win, but I'm not, like, I don't think I have the permission from the chess gods to be that upset that I lost. It's not like I was some sort of favorite or anything, and Polina's a very, very good player, and she has a GM norm. I think she's 2,500 FIDE, so this will just be winning this event is definitely like a gym badge in people's chess careers, but hopefully, like Molina, who I lost to, Polina, in the final, they go on to become GMs, and then I can say, like, look, I lost to some very, very good players. So that's just sort of how I think about it. And I was going to say return to, but I'm literally do it here anyway. Make videos about tournaments, low elo chess, like mine, high elo chess, and world keeps on spinning. So.
Well, we're definitely excited to see more content. Sorry, Casa, it sounds like you wanted to go in there. So
I was going to say, you gave us a show, man. Like, it was super entertaining. You played some really high chess in different parts of the match, and I think you could definitely...
I definitely felt like I was high.
And, and I really look forward to seeing you in action again soon. I'll toss it to Robert, but I just want to say that there's a reason that a lot of folks were watching and keen on seeing you play, because it's really beautiful to see. So, and you showed a really good level as well. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like you were no slouch here, because you weren't. So, but anyway, Robert, take it away.
I'm Venmoing you right now for that, Casa. Thank you. And I also look forward to covering your games and watching them, because Casa got those norms, so that GM push for Costa is going to be real big. I'm looking forward to it. I like watching Costa succeed too. So,
wow, this is really wholesome. I don't know why I'm here. I feel like I'm third wheeling this really great friendship moment here. But in all seriousness, Levy, you were awesome. You had so many fans watching you, your every move, and they're rooting for you and want to see you play more. So please come back, keep swinging at it. And it was a tough match in the end, but you really did make everyone proud.
wow. Thanks, guys. Well, enjoy the sign off, and I'll see you next time.
We'll see you soon there, Levy. And there you see the final bracket. Polina Shuvalova wins 10.5, 9.5. It was a nail-biter. It came down to the very last game, as did the semifinals, which headed into tiebreaks. Casa, what an event we just witnessed.
Yeah, Polina was incredibly clutch throughout this entire event, and Levy was a really, really worthy opponent, but Polina edged him out just at the end. And I think this format, you know, as Polina expressed, as Levy also expressed, it's really exciting. You get close matches, and we're treated to show after show after show. I mean, we had 2 matches go down to tiebreak in the semis. We had this final go down to the last seconds. And yeah, I think it's what makes it such a fun event to, you know, commentate and watch.
It was all about the entertainment in this event, the IMSCC, but there also was prize money up for grabs. I almost forgot about it until our producers just told me to mention it. Polina wins $5,450. Levy made about $3,500 himself. Lawrence and Greg, they were eliminated in the semis, made over $1,000, and you see the tie for 5th there, $450 each. My only question, Costa, is do you think Danny actually gets that money since it's coming from Chess.com?
That is a great question, and I'm going to plead the 5th.
Well, Danny, you know, he did very well. He actually beat Polina in their mini match before losing in tiebreaks, so he gave Polina really all she could handle. Then she was able to take down Lawrence Trent once more in tiebreaks, and finally Levy Rosman in the final game of their match. So Casa, what are your reflections of the IMSCC?
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of talent here. It's a really entertaining games. I really enjoyed the format. I think you know, our competitors did as well in the group stages. It had a World Cup vibe to get to the semis, and then I think at the end of the day, you're going to continue to get these matches that get down to the wire across various disciplines. And so, you know, chess is changing. It's not just about classical chess anymore. It's about showing your skill in various time controls, and this is the perfect event to do that.
And I'm so glad that these content creators, these very strong chess players, were able to showcase their talents, because the chess world isn't just, even though they make up a large part of it, in Magnus and Fabi and Hikaru, but so many of these IMs contribute to the game in ways that we can't even express our gratitude for. So I just want to thank all the competitors for participating, whether they were winning 0 matches or making it all the way to the final and becoming the champion. So thank you to you all. Thank you to everybody who watched. You make this event even more special. And congratulations are in order once more for Polina Shuvalova. She earned herself a title. Levy, he was also close. Hopefully he gets there next time, and we will see you next time for more events on Chess.com.
We saw this against Krzysztof Zielecki. Levy playing the same very dubious opening, but these types of openings work a lot better in Bolon! He mouse slipped! He mouse slipped!
Knowing Levy, he's not going to do it. He's going to put the pressure on, and he goes queen f5 to go queen h3. It's main 1.
What did we just witness?
Knight a3, and you can hit the button. Whoa, Danny with a dub!
This could be difficult for black. You might make a mistake at some point. Rook f4, for example. Oh, it's winning!
Oh my god!
And Danny wins in time!
Danny wins! Give me the piece.
It's a free piece.
Oh, he's getting it done.
Wrench.
Danny is getting it done. I'm out of here. And Danny is going to force. So wait, let me. What a collapse!
Danny wins 4 straight games.
So it will only be Danny versus Polina here. We are going all in. He can play check. He can play D2. D2
he lost the time!
Oh my goodness!
He lost the match on time in a winning position to Polina. King H8, the only way to stay in this game, and he finds it.
And he's actually winning. When the smoke clears, it's White's king that's likely to be caught in a mating net if this pawn gets to G3.
And right now it can go there, but Levy down to 2 seconds. He needs to move, and he plays rook check first, and that was
made in
a
one!
error.
Oh! Big moment, 5 seconds for Polina, queen h6. Now rook c7. Lawrence still hanging on by a thread. Now rook takes c2.
Yeah. That was the mistake, because rook c8 check is available to white. Rook d1 looks like a mate, but doesn't work. And now
oh, it's perpetual! What a trick! What a trick!
Lawrence, you cheeky devil!
Levy needs a couple more accurate moves, though. If you play rook h2, white would have taken and stuck a king on f2. Rook h1 is so accurate by Levy, and this game is over.
And Levy Rosman is our first IMSCC finalist.
She's got a draw in her pocket. She's going to win this game, though. She's going to go rook f1, and the position plays itself.
Polina Shuvalova, she moves on to the final. She fought valiantly. She deserves her spot against GothamChess.
But look at this queen on e3, covering the checking square. Oh, queen d2.
She now leads by 3 full points.
Yeah, you can see her class. Rook b5 is begging to be played. And boom, it's on the board.
She sacrificed the rook!
And another rook trade. Excellent.
He is riled up.
Oh my goodness. A little less than 4 minutes left. We are tied. Don't pre-move. No need to pre-move here. Oh my goodness.
And Levy just notices, and Polina Shuvalova leans back. She puts her hands in the air like she just don't care. She has won the IMSCC.